or the week before, and I was like, come on, guys, JDG, they shouldn't lose to WE. Like, realistically, whatever issues JDG have, they'll iron them out versus WE. Holy fucking shit. Was we wrong or was I wrong? And they just looked good. Now, granted, I was still a bit 50-50 because I believed it more to be of JDG's issues as opposed to WE, but not to take away from WE. Still a fantastic series. Top to bottom, they outclassed JDG. Point blank period. But that is top esports. It depends on what angle you want to go at it, really. The LPL watchers, we all hate top esports. Anyone who is a seasoned top esports watcher, LPL watcher rather, doesn't. We're not working with top esports. That's just the way it goes. They always seem to pull through domestically. This time they fucking didn't. And they just looked mega fraudulent throughout. And WE are playing better for more of the series, obviously, as well. Awesome. Today, now, I live on an American schedule, so I didn't manage to catch game 1. So I don't know what happened in game 1. Dom can maybe cover me there afterwards. Game 2, complete stomp. Game 3, now I'm not going to say I hated their draft, but I think for them, it's a very difficult draft to play because of how I feel like WE's best version of League of Legends seems to be, which is like very, very skirmish heavy. And to me, it's Vampire assisting Monkey on more playmaking style champs. But they have Caitlyn, Karma bot. Cool. It's winning bot. It's doing its thing. The Shy has like his isolated 1.5, 2,000-ish gold lead. Nidalee shouldn't really achieve much in that game, to be honest with you. I feel like it was kind of an ego draft-ish from IG in this game 3, but it all came down to the 3rd or the 4th dragon, where all WE had to do was wait for Cube to show up to the team fight and just get in formation, and they'd probably be okay. But they didn't. The fight was incredibly scattered. I want to say it was Monkey went into the pit really, really early. And then on the backside of the fight, it was both Vampire and, Karis. I think they both got one shot by a rookie combo. Before Cube was there, pretty much, in a useful position. And that was their entire like winning game state gone practically from that point, because they lose control of the map off the back of that fight. IG, I think, sequence into being able to get Atacon, and the game is just fucking over. Even though IG tried to throw them a bone, like there was the double TP bot
multiple times,
like multiple times. JJ died on the mid wave in that same like set of 30 seconds too, but the play just overextends. TPs come back out, or like recalls come back out, and IG wipe them because they overextend, getting a little bit hype on the play. The clock struck midnight, but to be honest with you, this doesn't feel like the WE that, like, the good versions of W that we saw in, Group Ascend, or the versions of W that we got to see versus JDG versus Top Esports. It felt like they had a really fucking off day, at least from the 2 games that I watched. Again, I'll leave Dom to talk about game 1 because it's a game I haven't been able to watch yet. But IG, good for them. I feel like they're going to get shagged by BLG this weekend. I don't think it's going to be pleasant. Or at least I fucking hope so. Otherwise, we know what the social discourse is going to look like if IG go to finals. Yeah. It just feels bad for WE, to be honest with you. This team did not show everything that they had against IG here today. But they made people believe, and I think that is more than you can generally ask for out of a team that most people had basically bottom like 3 or 4 in the LPL coming into the year.
Yeah, well, they got to show everything they had through multiple series when people didn't know, and then expectation was there. In game 1, it was closer. It was much closer than. It was very scrappy. There was a ton of fighting early on, but unfortunately, the fights went the way of IG.
Yeah.
And yeah, like the fights were all early, and I think it was like 4-1 IG, and I was like, oh well, that sucks for WE.
No, in game one, WE was 4-1.
We'll rank all of them later, but
Yeah.
surmise WE so far, or surmise WE's run.
So WE actually had like a lead in that game one because of the fact that that IG fought them around their red. Like, it was a situation where Monkey ganked bot, he actually kills, really good. Or I mean, I guess he at least got the flash. You know, he's chilling, right? The game is in really good state. Then they fight on the red buff. Somehow they end up winning because it felt like even though IG should be stronger at that point, ended up being fine because of the way that the fight ended up going. They were in a really good zone. Braum got a ton of value. And then all that I needed to see out of WE here is that they actually slow the game down and they stick to their game plan. Because the biggest issue that I have with teams like this is when they get a lead, right? When they start winning, it's like, just because you won a couple fights that you shouldn't win early game does not mean that you are now an early game comp. Like, you still have the same win conditions that you had before, where you need to scale. You want Azir to have one item. You want Azir to have Nashor's Tooth. You want to, get into points of the game where you can play front to back with your triple tanks essentially in front of your Varus and Azir. And they just bought into the skirmishing game that it felt like IG really wanted to play. I mean, when one team is sitting there with Poppy, Ahri, and you're sitting there with Azir, Skarner, it's just they want to pressure early. They want to make side lane dives, and your job is to get through that, not invite them to fight you as much as they did. So I was pretty disappointed that they went down that route. I felt like they didn't need to, and it was just, like I said, it was just really unnecessary. And then throughout the game, there was just a lot of like very weird situations to me. Like the Shy TP'd behind and just killed himself at a point, and then once that happens, WE has complete control of the game. They have 3 Drakes, and then for some reason, WE just felt the need to start Baron. They should be fine. Just all the pressure is on the enemy team. Like when I'm watching this, literally all the pressure is on the enemy team. So just let the enemy team like suffer a bit. Like let them just fucking go through it themselves. Let the enemy team be forced to make the plays. The enemy team has to like try to push mid and trap you on Baron, and all these things should end up happening. And instead of the game playing out like that, it just ended up just being a fucking bloodbath for no reason. And you just don't have the champions that are equipped to deal with that fast pace of a game. And the other problem was, it's like when you're playing things like Ornn and Ornn's having to group, the Ornn had like 140 CS or something at like 20 minutes. Like this guy is level 11, 140 CS because he's permanently having to run to fights to try to like contend with the Rumble. It's like they just opted into the enemy team's game. But then even once they had the lead and they have the option to then restabilize and slow the game back down, they fucked that up as well. So just felt like this was just a really like bad way to play out your team comp from WE side. So I was pretty disappointed that they ended up opting for that as opposed to just taking, like, just accepting, like that the enemy team fucked up and it should be kind of a free win.
Yeah, and it just felt like it was all gas, no brakes for this top esports squad. I mean, for this WE squad.
Yep.
And maybe that was part of the joy that people saw, but instead it was, to their detriment, IG able to outclass them there in this most recent series. Let's move then next to MKOI, who we know how this one worked out. They end up becoming the LEC champions, now following after Carmen Cord got it done earlier in the year, and the long reign of G2. It's much to the surprise of everyone. I went back in the VOD, and Jamada, you had a long dissertation on how like MKOI and KC aren't even in the same stratosphere, and then there's a gap after that to G2, but they're able to get it done. KC also not going to internationals because of this run. So let's chronicle like the last week of MKOI.
You know what? That was wrong. Shout out MKOI. Like I wasn't familiar with your game. I thought that the KC series that they won originally 3-2 in the first round was handed to them not softly, but given to them. End of the lower bracket after the G2 series, which was a bit of a bollocking. I don't know. I didn't leave the second KC MKOI series feeling particularly enamored with the idea that Koi were, I mean, honestly, even the better team than KC, which is insane. But I think that, to me, is just a testament to how, like, weird a lot of those games were because of, like, I think about Game 4 as an example, right? Where, to me, MKOI draft, basically no agency, full-blown, like, hey, let's just scale. It's the Smolder thing. I don't know what it is with teams of Smolder right now, whereas they have this idea in their head where they just need to fight before 225, and they just completely fuck up their entire presence in the game because of it. But I look at a game like that, and it's like, you're supposed to just lose gracefully, and you're not losing gracefully at all. Like, it felt, yeah, not emboldening of the idea that MKOI were a particularly strong team. They handed that game to KC. I then look at Game 5, and I think, well, MKOI have taken from the Tabe School of Learning, pick Jinx in Game 5. They didn't B1 it, I don't think, off the top of my head. I think it was second rotation. But yeah, KC gave themselves a composition of like one item spike champs in Game 5, and the game was, I wouldn't say slow paced, but it wasn't like balls to the walls action from start to finish, and they got outscaled. So I don't know, like MKOI, good job getting to finals. G2. I actually almost want to talk about G2 more than I want to talk about MKOI here. But I'm gonna withhold. I'm gonna be positive for a second. Alvaro, I think, is, if not the best support in the West right now, he's certainly the best support in Europe. And then also, I think he is the best playmaking support in the West. And his eye for snap engages in particular is just, no other support really seems to do it like he does, whether it's Rel, whether it's Rakan. Those are like the two frontrunners in particular. He just knows his role, and his ability to, even if the, I can't remember whether it was Grubs or whether it was Herald in his Rel game in the series, but it's like he starts off the fight. Actually, I think it was in the, no, it was this series. It was Game 2. I think he's getting caught, and then before he dies, he just flash RWs straight into like 3 people on choke, and there's no counterplay. I think he actually manages to stay alive for 2 or 3 seconds, almost the full channel of the ult, and he completely turns around the fight because then Jojo is able to ult on top of him, and it completely stops like any advance from G2. Yeah, that guy is really good. Super as well. I mean, the one contingency, if I remember what I said very explicitly about MKOI, was that if MKOI were going to do it, it would be through bot lane. Super now, and explicitly Alvaro, are very, very fucking good. And I think a lot of the foundations of this, you know, now championship holding side have come from the fact that I think, honestly, they fucking bot gapped 3 out of 4 of those games really heavily. And even the game where they lost, which was the Zeri Braum game, it was like they're sitting there with no agency in the game. They're pretty much trying to survive the Vi and the Annie engage. And then if they can survive that, awesome. But it's point and click with Vi, a bunch of additional like dive. Realistically, Super's not going to really live that, even with Poppy and Braum sitting on his head like 8 times out of 10, unless G2 really fuck up the engage prior. So that game was almost a situation where he's not allowed to play Super, and he kind of still half did. And yeah, I'm not sure what else to say other than that on the positive side.
Thanks. I never liked you, Loki. Thanks. I never liked you, Loki. Thanks.
3 easy tricks to dominate as Lissandra. Trick number 1. When you're ulting as Lysandra, you can actually queue up the action by pressing R on a target and flashing into range to instantly cast the spell. Trick 2. Having a self-cast hotkey prevents you from clicking on an enemy during a team fight. Just flash and press your self-cast, and you're already ulting in the middle of all of the enemy team. Trick 3. Your ult starts from the center of where you are ulting. So ult next to a squishy target to deal maximum damage as fast as possible. If you enjoyed these tips, please feel free to let me know. And
The Switch 2 is pay to win. During the Switch 2's reveal, the world was also given a glimpse of a tech demo game that would showcase all of its new features. Welcome Tour. Think Astrobot's Playroom, but with less cute robots, and the fact it costs $10. That's right, you had to pay to play a tech demo. As you might imagine, fans were livid. But it gets worse. If you want to 100% complete the 34 mini-games it offers, it's gonna cost you a lot more thanks to all the accessories you need. What accessories, you might ask? Oh, nothing major. Just a webcam, a controller with GR buttons, and a 4K TV. Seriously? That means getting a charging grip controller, which costs $40, the Switch 2 camera, which costs $55, and the cheapest 4K TV I could find is around $200. And let's be honest, that is not gonna be a good 4K experience. That and the game itself makes this a $305 completion experience. Plus, if you don't already have a Switch 2, thanks to its higher price tag, you're gonna be paying $755 to complete a single game. And we thought microtransactions were bad. Now, the Switch 2 is pay to win. During the Switch 2's
I'm the craziest base.
Yo, you do?
You have to go down here, down here, down here.
Okay.
Don't take fall damage, bro. Don't take fall damage.
Yo.
I help! Oh
Nice
my
one.
god!
Did you actually clutch
Wait,
that?
no, I'm like that. Yeah, I clutched that.
You're
I'm
crazy.
actually like that.
You're crazy.
Right here. Like, you have to go right here, then swim.
Oh,
Then
what? Okay. I see it. I see it.
Drop down, drop down.
All right, let me see this. Yo.
That's so sick. We got automatic farm.
Tay.
We got what?
The bedrock.
What about the better?
Tay, we need to go now.
I haven't shown you the base.
Oh no. Oh no. Tay, we gotta pack up now. We gotta pack up now. Clear everything out of your inventory. We need to start taking stuff. Yes, right now.
Oh, okay.
Quickly, bro. Quickly. What do we need? I'll take diamonds. I'll take as many diamonds as I can. Oh, we need the armor. We need the armor. Okay, I'm gonna. Do you have an e-chest? E-chest, please. E-chest.
Yeah, I do. I think.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna put as much stuff as I can in there. Yo, hurry up quickly.
I'm still confused on why we're moving.
There's no time to explain, Tay. Grab the armor. You got the armor? Okay. Grab your e-chest. Grab your e-chest.
Okay.
We need to move now. Tay, say goodbye to the base. Let's go.
Wait, what's going on? I'm still
Tay,
confused.
go. Go. Out of the cave. Out of the cave.
What's going on?
Out of the
What's
cave.
going on? Out of the cave. What
Tay,
do you
the
mean?
bedrock. You'll learn one day. Right now is not the time, Tay. Wait a second. We're on a open to land world. No one else can join. Oh, let's just go back. False alarm, Tay. It's okay.
False alarm! I have the craziest base.
Yo, you do?
The indoor garden has seen better days, so I'm going to clean it up, swap out the plants, and hopefully not break it in the process. But before that, let's do one last harvest of these onions. I'm going to pass on that cucumber. Everything else is getting tossed. I was able to harvest most of these a couple of times, but now they're just very dead. Now I'm going to pour out the big watering tank and refill that with fresh water, and take apart the big towers that actually hold the plants. This was tough because the roots got everywhere, so I had to like scrub them down and rip out the old roots. Now that everything is cleaned up and reset, let's put it back together. This goes on first, locks into place, and then you just put on the twin towers. Okay, let's put the new seeds in. ChatGPT said to put the herbs on top, so we're going to put the chives here, dill, basil, cilantro, put cucumbers in the middle, arugula. Then here at the bottom we'll put our burrito peppers, our jalapenos, our lavender, and one last jalapeno. The last thing to do is pop off these little pieces of cardboard and then run a watering cycle to get them going. Beautiful. That was definitely worth the 3 hours in
I want to put one little foot down though.
Okay.
We've got to stop this JoJo narrative before it gets too out of hand.
Oh, come on, man. You are
No,
such
no.
Korean
No.
descent mid lane hater.
No, we've got.
You're like, yeah, they only
If
won
the mid laner's got Korean blood, I ain't in it. I'm not here for no. Like, joke aside, right?
Sorry, Cloud9. Sorry, FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Joke aside.
He's racist towards Loki. Perfect.
Yeah. Well, hey, I can't be more racist than the LTA socials guy fucking up the images like 3 times in a row.
that guy really hates Loki.
Like, but I think JoJo has had actually a pretty criminal split, all things considered. I've been throwing around the arbitrary number of I think about 70% of his split has been pretty low performing. I'll frame it like that, and I'll be kind in that regard. Whether it's, getting a little bit raw dogged in lane from time to time. And what's annoying is things like stats will not back this. You just have to watch the lane. You have to watch what happens in the lane. Statistically, he's actually doing okay, which is the jarring thing, because I know when I have a conversation like this, someone is going to go back. Like, they're not going to go back and watch the games.
They're going to do this. They're going to go, Jemima, didn't you see the charm on the caps wall? It was the game-winning play.
I hate it. Like, don't get me wrong. JoJo's highs have been incredible, and they got MKOI over the line. There is no denying that. You can't deny that even. He's the one fucking kissing the trophy right now. But, bro, so many of the old tendencies from before he even came here, and even like Winter Split, are still there. Like getting caught on side lane, making overhypey plays that he doesn't need to make, losing lanes a little bit more hard than he has to. Like, we just need to, like, I want to start a dialogue which isn't about hate, but it's just about realism. That's all. That's all. That's all.
That's what I'm saying. Can't we just be realistic and just realize that a team like T1 is just
oh no
one of the worst teams in the LCK right now, and they will just 100% lose no matter what they do to KT later on this week? Like, can't we just start that narrative?
So
just based on honesty alone.
Point being here, and I'm stealing a bit from the chat because it is also just true. The mistakes that JoJo makes are not rarely punished. Honestly, they've been punished a fair amount in the LEC. But against the Korean teams especially, I'm a little bit apprehensive on the LPL. Whether it's AO or BLG, or I guess IG, Smile, they will punish him a lot more heavy-handedly than I think he's been punished. And I think the room and the window for those high highs to occur will also be significantly smaller. I don't wish him poorly when he goes to MSI. I want him to do well. But I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. JoJo has been very, very inconsistent this year. MKOI in general have been, to reuse the phrase again, a sum greater than the parts for the most part for me throughout this split. So I am very concerned for them going up against, hell, even the NA teams. Like, this is the first tournament where I am actually pretty, like, worried for our teams playing against, whether it's FlyQuest or C9, we're yet to see, or I guess Shopify. If it was Shopify, then I'm less scared, but certainly against FlyQuest and C9, where I'm saying, honestly, the top team out of NA right now is just better than our top team in Europe. Yeah.
All right.
Go on, Deagle.
I just feel like it's funny that Jamada is getting the JoJo experience. Like, someone in chat said it best, and I think this is what led to that whole Cloud9 roster blowing up last year. JoJo is good when he needs to be. That's all that matters. And, like, to some people, that's not all that matters. Like, to some people, you should be good. You should strive to be the best all the time. And, like, it...
Yeah, but he's not good when he needs to be. Like, that was the whole problem last year, is that, like, when he needed to be at his best, he's, like, picking, like, LeBlanc into Maokai and shit. And it's like, bro, just pick, like, something, like, standard. So I feel like JoJo is, like, a randomly clutch player. Like, he'll have, like, moments where he's clutch, but I don't think that this is, like, something that you can rely on heavily. And yeah, I mean, I think that this is a good team for him to be on, because
Yeah.
If he was on a top tier, like let's say he was on a team where the expectation is to perform, you don't know if you're going to get Winter JoJo or Spring JoJo. He was really bad at like during Winter, bro. Like during Winter playoffs, he was not good. Like he was really running it. So it's like on a team, like for example, when he was on EG or a team like Koi where they're not supposed to be the favorites, but they have like potential. I feel like that actually suits him pretty well. But I'm just not a fan of just how much variance he introduces to the game randomly. And there are like a lot of mistakes. You can point to moments in these games where it's like, oh, he kind of griefed the game here, or like, oh, this is like really bad. You should probably like lose the game off this. But it ends up being okay because they're ahead. Like the person that I think really deserves a lot of credit for this title is Elyoya. I think Elyoya finds the advantage. Like he's like, okay, I just need to run the game early. Like he knows what he needs to do in order to like put his lanes in a position to win. And when everyone's nervous on the final stage, I feel like the way that he played almost to me completely countered the way that it feels like G2 wants to play, because G2 are so vegan. Like they are like the most crazy vegan team we have in the LEC. It's like this, they just, I don't know, they just like don't want to fight ever. They'll play Wukong, Nico, they'll have full sums up. It's like, all right, any fight is good, and then they just never fight. Like they just hate fighting, man. And it's like, okay, if you hate fighting, then don't play Kalista, Nico, Talia, Wukong, you know? Like play a comp that is going to just play like Maokai and the stuff that they were playing before. But to me, man, like I think that there's some really big problems with how G2 is playing, and I feel like Koi just like out-confidenced the other teams this time. Like it just felt like they just played with more confidence, and that was, I mean, that's a good way to win. I'm not knocking it at all. I think it's a good way to win. And they tested the fact that you've got some vegetable eaters on the side of G2, bro. They are like, they're crazy.
Well, they rabbits, bro. Like,
yeah, they are. I mean, Kalista Nico, like the whole thing about Kalista Nico, the reason why it's so good is not only do you have abusive lane, you also have the ability to like really go in for your engages because you can save the Nico after. So you should be very, very happy to play these games where you can just like, oh yeah, I mean, I can just fucking just flash R anytime I want. It's probably yeah, you can just go hard anytime you want. And they just, I don't know, bro. They just refuse to fucking go hard, like, correctly. It was just tough to watch, man. It was really tough to watch.
Yeah. I love that. Vegetable eaters. We'll use that one. Koi, get it done. Let's go to the two teams that we have yet to see how things will work out here. Let's do Shopify. Let's do KT first. KT, they've had their run. They barely made it into a tiebreaker for the 5th, 6th spot. That whole tiebreaker that we had in the LCK, that wasn't even for this Road to MSI run. But then they like beat the shit out of DK into like possible Showmaker retirement talks, and then beat the shit out of Nongshim as well. Game 1 was close, and then after that it was just a shellacking. And now all of a sudden everyone's on the KT hype train. BDD is back to being one of the best mid laners in all of the LCK. Duck Dom is the right duck that they picked, remember, because they had Paddock. And Peter is like the darling for everyone that just likes cute things. So, and Perfect looks like he, found some confidence. A little bit. And then Cuz, it's the Cuz meta. Dom, KT is the hot team in the LCK, other than Gen G, but Gen G is kind of like boring. Like KT is the hot team. They have been ranked like 1st through 3rd in all stats, in almost all the stats since round 2 started, and have a good chance of upsetting T1 here. What do you make of this KT team as we move towards the LAN?
So I think KT is pretty interesting because of the fact that they have like really honed in on what would make them a strong team. Like Cuz knows his role on the team. He's like, I'm just the dog jungler now. Like I am just the dog jungler. I will just play like Jarvan game 1 if I need to, like Jarvan, Trundle, whatever. My goal is to get BDD ahead. And I like teams that are realistic with like what their strengths are, Like they know that it's like this team is the BDD show. If BDD doesn't carry, we fucking lose.
On the wall? This is not. Oh my god. Actually, yesterday I saw a clip, though I had it on repeat. This kept me giggling continuously. It's a very long clip, but I couldn't stop laughing. And so basically, 7 seconds Mundo, TP's in.
That's a huge thing.
No, hold up. That's a 7 seconds Mundo, TP's in.
That's a huge thing.
No, hold up.
Mouse out.
This is so beautiful, bro. Now, naturally, I saw this clip and I said, Riot Games, skip reviewing this one actually. Very important, okay? We cannot have Riot Games find that clip. That would be bad. Riot Games need to skip that clip, okay? Actually, yesterday I saw a clip, though I had it on repeat. This kept me giggling continuously. It's a very long clip, but I couldn't stop laughing. And so basically, 7 seconds Mundo, TP's in.
Hey man, do you guys buy old components? I have this old Radeon card just sitting around collecting.
You should just keep it as a backup card.
A what?
You know, like if your new one dies, you're not SOL.
Oh, I see, like a test GPU.
Yeah, you nailed it. What GPU is this anyway?
It's a 7800 XT. I replaced it with a 5080.
Hear me out. What if you put it in your PC with your 5080?
Ooh, like a Christmas PC.
Dude, it's freaking June.
No, red and green, man.
I mean, yeah, you could, but the drivers are gonna be a nightmare.
What if we went open source?
Enough of your Linux nonsense, Jared.
I'm gonna try it.
2 hours later.
Dude, you'll never guess what happened.
Did it work?
Well, yes.
Sick!
But actually, no.
Not sick!
It only worked in Cyberpunk and it actually doubled my FPS.
I see this as an absolute win!
But I'm still bad at Cyberpunk and my power supply is dead.
How are you bad at a single player game?
I don't know, I've been playing with myself my whole life.
Gross!
I know! Hey man, do you guys buy old components? I have this old Radeon card just sitting around collecting.
You should just keep it as a backup card.
A what?
Number one, combat got way better. Liking the combat. I don't know if it'll get repetitive over time. It might. I could see it getting repetitive if they don't have a lot of new. You need to add some new moves into that card system.
So what's your take?
Good memory is overrated.
100% agree. I have an awful memory and I love it.
It's great, right?
Yeah.
Pick up a book, awesome book, 3 years later, same book, fresh. Watch a movie, twists and turns, 5 years later, shocked and awed again.
What happened at the end of Titanic again?
Right. Oh, they're gonna be together. Oh my God, they're not. He's dying. Sorry, spoiler alert. Honestly, the best thing is, go to sleep upset. Go to sleep in an argument. Wake up next day. It's a new dawn.
That's the advice they give to the old ball and chain. Never go to sleep upset.
Yeah, but if you have a good memory, you might wake up still upset.
Yeah, and then you have to suppress it.
Yeah, you're like, you're dealing with all these problems.
Have you ever seen Memento?
Yeah, exactly. Well,
that wasn't so good for him.
If there's like appointments or there's like people after you or whatever, you can write it in a note.
In Memento, he wrote it on his body.
Yeah, you don't need that. You have apps for this stuff. You write a note. Oh, I got a calendar. I got an appointment. You don't want to forget that stuff. But, stuff that makes you feel bad. You don't need to.
So you don't even need to heal.
Yeah, well, it's like, like forgive and forget. You can just skip forgive. If you're forgetting, you don't even need to forgive. But that's the hardest part. People are like, I don't know if I can forgive them for. If you're forgetting, you're good.
Is this coming from a place of experience? Do you have a good memory or a bad memory?
This is how I am.
You have a bad memory.
Yeah, I'm lucky. I'm super lucky. I love everyone because I don't remember what they did to me.
So what's your take?
Good memory.
I grew up in an all-white community. My dad was white. I was the only black kid on my hockey team. 2 black kids in the whole school of 1,000.
No. Only, what, were there, only hockey team black member, you said?
Yeah.
What about in your high school?
Like 2 of us.
Ah, same with Asians.
Really?
Yeah.
You're probably a hot commodity back then, huh?
I went to an all-girl high school.
That explains so fucking much.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
You were in an all-girl high school, and the second you got out, you're like, fuck it.
Okay.
I'm hopping on as many, never mind.
Hey! No!
I grew up in an all-white community. My dad was white. I was the only black kid on my house.
Stream Deck is the most useful thing you could buy for your setup, whether you stream or not. I used to have one of these and I used it a lot until the cable broke and the cable wasn't detachable, so the whole thing was bricked. But luckily with the XL version, they fixed that problem. Now obviously most people use the Stream Deck to stream, switch scenes, do effects, whatever. I have a slightly different use case. DoorDash button, boom. ChatGPT, bam. You can even copy and paste to open your file explorer. Wait, hold up, this is new. Damn. And their software makes it super easy to swap out all these buttons to do any of these things.
Can you see me right?
I don't think we saw
Oh.
Oh. I think it's on my toe.
Okay.
Johnny! Johnny! Johnny, no!
Draven out. You're a
This time the category is the thing that least...
Check out this brand new technique in Mario Kart World. If you press down the R button for a while and then release it, you will get a trick and land in a speed boost. And you can do a lot of stuff with this. You can use this to hop over items. Well, sometimes. You can even trick to get on a car and then get a double trick. In previous Mario Kart games, you could only do a trick on a ramp or on a glider panel, but now you can pretty much do it everywhere. You can even trick on Donkey Kong! And a lot of people have complained that Mario Kart World looks boring because of the long, straight sections, but now you can just spam tricks. And even if you're using a Mega Mushroom to take a shortcut, you can still add some tricks to it. You can even hold the R button longer to delay it and combine this trick with a regular trick ramp. And if you're driving on water, then the trick will give you a bounce, which you can then also trick on. And you can use this to jump onto rails and walls for even more creative driving. There is so much to explore, but Nintendo has not officially given a name to this technique yet. So for now, what do you think of the name Ground Trick? Check out this brand new technique in Mario Kart World. If you press down the R button for a while and then release it, you will get a trick and land in a speed boost. And you can do a lot of stuff with this. You can use this to hop over items. Well, sometimes. You can even trick to get on a car and then get a double trick. In previous Mario Kart games, you could only do a trick on a ramp or on a glider panel, but now you can pretty much do it everywhere. You can even trick on Donkey Kong! And a lot of people have complained that Mario Kart World looks boring because of the long, straight sections, but now you can just spam tricks. And even if you're using a Mega Mushroom to take a shortcut, you can still add some tricks to it. You can even hold the R button longer to delay it and combine this trick with a regular trick ramp. And if you're driving on water, then the trick will give you a bounce, which you can then also...
I guess Resident Evil.
No, wait, no, don't come back!
No, what was that? Whoa, what was that? I guess Resident Evil.
No, wait, no, don't come back!
I've had 2 days to look at liquid glass and try to get used to it, but it still just looks bad, dude. See, Apple had a good timeless design with the iOS 7, and from iOS 7 to iOS 18, it looked relatively the same and it looked good. But somehow in the process of trying to make it look more modern, more refined, more polished, they made it look dated. Already. I really don't think all the light reflections and the 3D effect and the glassy effect is going to age well.
I think are the AD and support goats. I mean, Ruler's probably the goat of AD carry at this point. Got an MSI championship, a world championship, a lot of longevity. He's consistent. Like, I think the other person that's like that is Deft, but I think that overall, Ruler has been a better player than Deft. For like most of their careers, Ruler was better than Deft, like especially towards like the last like 5 years, 6 years, whatever. By him over Viper. He just has more longevity. He has another international tournament win on Viper. I think are the AD and support goats. I mean, Ruler's probably the goat of AD carry at this point. Got an MSI championship, a world championship, a lot of longevity. He's consistent. Like, I think the other person that's like that is Deft, but I think that overall, Ruler has been a better player than Deft. For like most of their careers, Ruler was better than Deft, like especially towards.
Any mail for me?
Yes, your threats to Grimace have all been returned.
Well, has the Shamrock Shake period been extended?
I believe that's still seasonal. But while I have you, your bill remains unpaid, and we saw you selling our robes on eBay. I'm afraid we're evicting you from the hotel.
What's your home address?
I'm sorry, sir. Now, do you want to leave the regular way, or do you want our Uncle Phil to throw you out?
I think you know what I want. Any mail for me?
Yes, your threats to Grimace.
My grandmother literally told my brother and I we wanted Game Boys. She said, if the Dow Jones goes over X number, I will buy you and your brother Game Boys with a Pokemon game. And I quickly, as a child, learned exactly what the Dow Jones was. And then we got our Game Boys and I got Pokemon Red, and I didn't realize that Pokemon Yellow was significantly different than Pokemon Red and Blue. And I'd been telling my brother, dude, I really want to play Pokemon Yellow. I noticed you haven't been playing Pokemon Yellow recently. I'm kind of over the Pokemon Red. What if we swap games? And he's like, bet. I come home from school one day. I go upstairs. Brother's home. Apparently he came home sick. I hear Pokemon noises coming from his Game Boy.
So like, we need to put all our eggs in the BDD basket, and we will just hope that he will like get it done. And they're being rewarded. Like, he's getting it done like every fucking game, bro. Like, he could play Rise. BDD's job, 10 CS a minute. Like, I'm just gonna have 10 CS a minute every single fucking game. And you just accept, you just enjoy. Like, he's gonna get some work done. Everyone else relax, get out of his way, and things will be good in the long run. So I respect when teams really just hone in on what their strengths are, and they just know who are like the bus drivers on the team. Who are the guys that are actually supposed to be fucking carrying this game? Like, they know, bro. There's no confusion about like who the best player on this team is. And it's good to see teams play like with that confidence in him. Like, everyone just is aware of their job. Duck Dom is the same way. Duck Dom is going to play some type of utility AD carry, or some carry that's going to just not need resources within the game. He's just gonna chill out, do his thing. Like, Cuz will just play to gank, stabilize lanes. Perfect's gonna get out of his way. BDD will carry. Like, that's just what you need to do in order to win. So yeah, I really like teams like this. I really like teams like this, and I think they're like super fun to watch right now.
They are. They're very fun to watch, you know, and I think Perfect's evolution is a little bit bigger because he showed us that he can play Gwen and Jace. Like, we know that his Rumble is his best champion, and for some reason they keep, like, teams give him Rumble.
I mean, he played a really fucking bad Rumble game versus Gwen versus Domwon. That was a fucking horrible Rumble game, but like,
he's able to impact. He's able to make the impact on it.
Yeah.
I feel like Doran should play Rumble. Just take the Rumble away and then make him beat you on other champions.
He should play maybe TFT or something as well. I think that maybe that would be better for him. That'd be his speed.
Doran's speed?
Yeah, that'd be his speed.
Jamada, well, you know, depends. If they lose, he'll have a lot of time to play TFT in the offseason with all the content that they need to make. Jamada, what do you make of this KT team?
I mean, honestly, they're all on the same page. To steal Spawn, and then technically Dom also kind of popularized it, like the CEO janitor structure, right? BDD is the CEO. Duck Dom is the COO. And then Cuz is the CFO. And then Perfect and Peter are basically the janitors. That's how it feels to me. Why is Cuz the CFO? He's the financial guy. He's making sure that BDD's got money in his pocket. If the CEO doesn't need to perform, or, well, I mean, he always is, but if he's not performing, then Duck Dom, whether it's utility or not, he's the next guy, you know, he's the next chain of command guy who they have to lean on. So you've got your three heads of operations right there. And then, yeah, Peter and Perfect are, for the most part, doing a fucking stellar job at keeping shit mostly clean. I think the DK series was kind of a weird one, though, just to kind of get into the small nitty-gritties of it. Because I think the Nongshim series was... it was what it was in its little vacuum. I don't know, if Lehens doesn't have his head on, then that team just falls apart very quickly, is how I'm going to surmise all three games. But the game one, it felt like DK really gave good... Like, DK made decisions around objectives, which I don't think... Like, DK felt were good for them, but were not actually good for them at all. And it felt like just kind of favored like KT heavily. Like, as an example, I think it was the second dragon. DK could probably have fought on their item spikes in game number one, but they pretty much just left it. Like, they had set up for it and everything. They just went and like handshook Herald for dragon, and that felt really strange. Like, I felt like they should have been stacking dragons in that game, just because of the way that it opened up, and they decided not to. But even beyond that, it was just like weird. The Atacon, I think, in game one was also weird, and then the way that game one ended. If you have avoided somehow the ending of game one DKKT, go and watch it. Just go and see what DK allow to happen to them via BDD.
Yeah, I mean, it's pathetic. Like, you see that shit and it's like, dude. And look, you know what's crazy? I'm almost convinced that has to be a barrel call. I am almost convinced. Like, can you imagine anyone else making that call on that team besides for Barrel? The thing is, if people want to give Barrel all the credit, shot calling wise, when things go well, then you also have to give him all the credit when things like this go horribly in an unlosable game. Yeah. That's just how it is, bro. Like, I don't fucking make the rules. That's just what it is. If you want to say that he's the reason why this team was so smart before, and he's the main shot caller, and that's what he does for every single team. I mean, it looked like somebody made this fucking call. Somebody made this fucking call. And I don't know who else would be that confident to make a call like this on this team. Like, and it's crazy, bro. It is actually crazy. They let Arise literally just start at his nexus and just right-click the enemy nexus. And that was it. Like, he didn't move. Like, he just straight clicked down bot lane and just kept on going until he killed the enemy nexus. In a game where you're winning, you just let somebody right-click your enemy nexus. Like, bro, this is more. This is less excusable than even like the TL losing to minions thing. Like, this is like crazy levels. This is just insane to me. So I saw this shit. I could not believe my eyes. I could not believe that they actually just let this happen.
He was on Vision. I'm looking at it now. He was on Vision to the end of the Nexus blowing up for a minute. It was a minute of like, at any point, a recall is going to take 8 seconds. A TP will take, 5 seconds with the travel time. At any point, they get back there and they stop it. But no, it was another one of those.
The best
all
part,
gas, no brakes.
the best part was that BDD like considered recalling too. I think it was after he took the tier 2. He like started the recall, and he was like, "Hold on, these guys are fucking griefing. Like, they're actually not pushing fast enough," and he just stuck it out. So yeah, if you've somehow managed to miss it, just go back and watch, even if it's just the last 2 minutes of DKKT game 1.
Just watch from 37 minutes.
Yeah,
it's only a minute.
It's really good. And then, yeah, like, DK just kept on making really strange decisions throughout that series. Like, again, actually around the dragons, it was like they decided to prio grubs when I think they had at least one timer where they could have done dragon. Like, the Kalista team, they were winning 2v2. I think they swapped out of bot themselves. Like, it wasn't, if I recall it correctly, it wasn't KT that even swapped out of bot. It was DK that swapped out of bot first. And then they give over first drag, again, like, handshake. KT had just sat there like, well, if they're going to give it to us, then I guess we'll get to scale. Like, there's no problem. We're playing fucking, Ari Pantheon Yorick. We're going to just win side lane anyway, as long as we get to overload. And that's more or less what kind of ended up happening. Anytime DK made a decision on the map, it felt really, like, telegraphed, and KT were able to read the map really well and cross-map it very appropriately. So, yeah, I don't know. It was just weird. It was just really weird from DK, but like, good job to KT for punishing it and like just staying consistent and knowing what they wanted to do inside the game. Like, that is the main takeaway for me from KT out of that series.
Yeah. I mean, I also just feel like teams like Damwon and Ongshim just haven't improved. Like, when I look at Damwon, I see almost zero improvement from the beginning of winter to now. Like, I don't know what they do better than what they used to do before. It feels like not only have they not improved at any like tangible aspect of the game, they also just have low confidence because of the fact that they've been losing so much. So like,
yeah,
the combination is horrible. Like, that is like one of the worst combinations you could possibly have when it comes to like trying to fucking win. You know, like when you're trying to fucking win, you want to at least have, you either want to have confidence or you want to have skill. They have neither. So it's like, this team is just actually, they actually just deserve to be in the lower group. They are actually just the 6th best team in LCK. Like, I don't know what else to say. They're just the 6th best team in LCK. And the way that they play out these comps, man, like it should be such an unlosable game for them, that game 2, because they should just be able to stack Drakes. They have scaling. They should be really happy to just play this game out. And they're just fighting in the middle of mid lane, like a North American team, to be honest. They're just fighting in the middle of mid lane the entire game. It's like, bro, please just go into like your zone and let the Azir like poke them out and play with your range somewhat. But no, they're just in the middle of mid lane, like trying to win. Oh, guess we lost again. Let's try it again. Oh, we lost again. Let's try it one more time. Then they actually win a fight. Oh, let's keep on trying to get as much as we can. End up dying again. I don't know, bro. At that point, what can you even say? Like, they're just not a good team. They don't control space well. They don't have good side lane macro. They don't understand how they want to get to their like items. And then now they don't even have good early game anymore. They used to have a good early game. That used to be what they were strong at. They were like, they understood how to play like a good early game. And then on top of that, they had players that were good at carrying with those leads. So they knew how to play a good early game. And then it felt like, oh, this jungler, Lucid, he gets a fucking lead. If he's playing Viego, if he's playing Lilia, if he's playing like any of the champions that he's specifically good at, game's over. Like, he's just gonna fucking 1v9 with the lead. But they just don't do anything anymore, man. It's just pathetic. Like, it is just a pathetic team. Like, they're really tough to watch. They're king frauds. They might be the most fraudulent team out of all these teams.
Ooh. All right. Let's move forward to our final team here, because then it'll lead us to Fraud Alert. A Shopify Rebellion. They are the last team here, our underdog squad, who they beat 100 Thieves. They knocked off Team Liquid and now face Cloud9 for that lower bracket spot. And it just, there are multiple ways that you can claim it. B-Boy's always been solid. You know, you give him, he's a solid 80 carry. But Palafox goes from like looking like he doesn't know how to turn the computer on to like all of a sudden Palafaker again and has like a much better performance. Contracts feels like what I feel like you said is cuz he's like, all right, Jarvan game 1, I'm the dog. That's what it is. And just finding angles for everyone else. But most importantly, I think, has been Fudge and the way that he's stepped up, I think, in terms of like understanding what he needs to do and outputting the most amount of damage at the right times here, Dom.
Yeah, I think Fudge has been doing really well. I think that they're another team that like you said, has just kind of like found their identity. Like, Palafox is not trying to carry the games anymore or just be like some superstar mid laner. He's just the guy who in game 1 is going to play Ahri. He's just going to play like Annie, go down 100 CS, and then walk around the map and try to make shit happen. Even in the Ahri game, he's sacking waves in order to try to get good positions with his team. And I think that that's something that Shopify is good at. So, you know, like earlier I said, you either have to be confident or you have to be good. It feels like Shopify is just confident. Like, they're really confident. I don't think that they are like a solid fundamental team. I think there's a lot of things that they don't do well as a team, but they know their own roles and they feel like they could win. Like, they feel confident. So they're dangerous, you know? Like, I'm not going to take them lightly. Like, when prepping and stuff going into them, you know, we're not going to be a team that just looks only at FlyQuest and just assumes we're going to beat Shopify. We're going to have to lock in for the Shopify series because teams that are confident are dangerous, you know? And the way you have to beat them is kind of the same way that IG beat WE today. You have to limit what they're good at, take them super serious, and make them play a game that they are not good at. That's what you have to do.
Shopify worry me. because above all of the confidence and everything, I think they are, and everything Dom just said, I think they are just the big thing that I had with them was that they were utilizing contracts in a way where in his early game especially, he was just burning a lot of time, right? I think it was especially during the first part of the year. Well, we didn't see many games out of them obviously the first part of the year, but like when lane swap especially was still in the game, it felt like they were really dragging him around and not letting him like farm up as much as well, which I think kind of muted contracts and his ability to then help out any other lane beyond the first like 8 minutes of the game, and it really like had them really fucked up. Besides that though, yeah, I was very apprehensive around Shopify because weirdly enough I had an interaction with a fan a few weeks ago, and normally you won't take fans like takes for more than what they are, but they said, and I'll quote it almost one-to-one, Shopify are more or less the second best team in NA. They're gonna make a run, and it's gonna look fucking good. And it's gonna be through topside. They actually called that. They said it's gonna be Fudge. They said it's gonna be Palafox. And I said to him,
That's crazy.
I said to him, that's exactly what I said. I said, brother, you're fucking crazy. The FlyQuest series, he said this after the FlyQuest series at the end of last month. And I said, well, okay. I think for the most part, that was a series that I think Shopify could be proud of, bar the 10k throw. And at the end of the day, yeah, it seems like they've gone through some clear improvements. Enter the 100 Thieves series. And what I said to him actually was this. I said, okay, I'll take you up on it, all right? I'll believe you, but it needs to be validated by a good eye test series versus 100 Thieves and a good eye test series versus TL. I think the eye test series versus 100 Thieves was really good. But the caveat there is that 100 Thieves... Yeah, like they've not evolved. They are the exact same team. If they don't get a lead in 20 minutes, they just fall flat on their face. It's all hands, no breaks.
They're just Dom one. They're the same exact team. Like they haven't got better at all. And now they just have like less confidence. They just like feel like they can lose. Before they're like, oh, we'll get it together. We'll fucking win.
Yeah.
Now it's just like, oh, we might actually just fucking suck. Like maybe we just suck. It's tough reality to come by.
With TL, I want to be like, yeah, like Shopify taking down TL is a really, really big deal. But they are just going through what they're going through with their jungle swap. And overall, in a similar way, they don't look as confident as they did at the start of the year. APA and Impact are still grossly underperforming. And even the one positive thing about this lineup being Yeon, it's like Yeon and Core ain't even really, like, they're trying, bro. They're really trying, but they, like, you know, if what's happening mid lane and what's happening in top is happening, then there's not really much they can do. If they don't have like some crazy preordained plan like they did in the best of 3 series against TL basically a month ago now. Whereas like, yeah, we're just gonna draft basically an unlosable 3v3 bot and then just let Yuji have his way with contracts. If shit like that's not happening, then TL just look really toothless right now.
Yuji was so nervous. Like I was like rewatching the games. He's like canceling autos when he's clearing. He missed his W on Crab as like Xin Zhao. Like there's the fight at Baron where he's like trying to stack 2 Qs and then Q3 a carry.
Yeah.
And he Q3'd the Baron and then just flash keys and then he's just like in like the middle of no one. It's just like, I mean, obviously he's in a really rough situation, but he was just like completely choking out of his mind. I mean, there's no other way to say it. Like he just was insanely nervous to the point where he wasn't even functional as a player.
Yeah, and in a way you've got to feel a little bit like bad for Yuji just because I think it's a very high tension situation to come into, right? You're playing on one of the teams with, you know, the highest expectations in terms of like grading. And the team was already pretty dysfunctional beforehand anyway, right? And you're a rookie. It's not an easy situation to walk into.
I mean, if you were to do power rankings before the split, everyone would have TL and FlyQuest top 2 before the season. it would be like, it wouldn't even be close because they both retained the same exact roster and they both dominated NA last year. So there's no reason to believe that like this low-key kid coming in is going to like help C9 somehow surpass these teams that proved macro-wise they were ahead of the other teams by like a pretty significant margin. So it's actually crazy to see how it's going, man. It's crazy to see how it's going for TL because obviously some things happened to them, like the fact that they lost lane swaps. I think that was really terrible for them.
Fearless also, I think, doesn't help this team
Fearless,
either.
Fearless fuck them as well. I don't know.
So yeah, like there's a lot of shit going on with TL, basically. Long story short. So whilst I want to praise Shopify for still backhanding them the way that they did, this win also, like, by eye test, comparatively to the 100 Thieves one, doesn't necessarily even feel as good. And at the end of the day now, they've got 2 more best of 5s before making the whole run, right? A reality.
Yeah.
And I just think that the gap is too big between them and C9 and like FlyQuest in a world where they do beat C9. I don't think Lightning strikes twice in this regard. But it's the confidence thing, and they've got the why not us mentality, and that's what's scary. That is a terrifying thing. And even, you know what, Dom, you said like, Palafox is like slaving away on you know, like Annie and Ari. Bro, like he's even getting he pulled out one LeBlanc game. He was feeling himself the game 4, and he split APA's cheeks on the side lane and in lane throughout a lot of it. Like APA could not lane. I mean, don't get me wrong, horrible matchup for Ziggs, but like, bro, Palafaker mid lane midfielder genius, right? Like it just felt a lot like that. So I think if they come into the C9 series, you know, with confidence, with solid game plans, I think they'll make it a fun series to watch. Do I think they're gonna win? I'm not gonna give a verdict after what happened with MKOI. I'm just gonna let the timeline go on without my opinion being out in the wind, because I'm scared. I'm scared about what I might do to NA after what happened with MKOI. But yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to just that top side again. Like Fudge is performing well. Contracts feels like he's found his identity, and I think he's probably telling his laners in the early game to fuck off a little bit more, unless the play looks good. Because again, I feel like any bit of tape I watch from Shopify, especially in winter and at the start of this split, Contracts will get called to a lane, and then he'll sit in a bush for like 30 seconds, and then go, yeah, this play isn't good, and then recall. But like half of his jungle camps already spawned up, so he just like lost a bunch of tempo, and the enemy jungle just starts to snowball an individual lead. I don't see that happen like anywhere near as frequently, and I think that that's a pretty big deal, more than people would like to give, when it comes to just like fighting around, especially the early objectives, right? Like first dragon, grubs, being 6 or even like being 7 by the time grub spawn, if you get like a really, really good efficient clear, is like a massive game changer. And I think stuff like that is actually happening with Contracts a little bit more frequently now. And shout out Seos. Seos is like actually, Seos is actually having a sleeper good series, I think, or a split. I think people are going to really heavily focus on the top side of the map. Honestly, I think that the one person who has been air quotes close to a liability is actually P-Void. The one you brought up, I think about the Lucian game, where it just felt like I think it was game 2 against TL. And to be fair, it was a long-ass game. I think that was the 55-minute game in that series. It is difficult to remain consistent in a game that long, but like, bro, B-Void nearly fucking ran it multiple times. Just because he wanted to step up and get like RFC woes or whatever it was, I don't even know. Like he was just trying to squeeze a little bit too much, and he didn't know where the line was. So he's got to stay in check. Otherwise, like C9 are a psycho team. They will see him do that shit and just like step on his neck immediately. Otherwise, yeah, Shopify doing good.
So let's rank them now. MKOI and WE had their finishes, but you can rank it however you want. You can base it off of the players. You could base it off the moments. You're not based, but just have points there. The league that they're in and the end result. Rank them: MKOI, KT, WE, and Shopify Rebellion. Which is a little weird because 2 of them haven't finished yet. But just go ahead. Now that we broke them all down.
Dom, you want to take it first?
Sure. So I'll go. I think MKOI is at the top because they actually won, so it's like kind of unfair. And then I would go KT, then WE, then Shopify. Now I think WE probably deserves second, like, but I think that KT, like, they could still, I mean, they could even make MSI. So like, it's kind of hard to judge them because they're not done yet either. But I'll throw KT over WE because W had such a disappointing performance today, kind of how I see it.
I think it's the dream, and it's part of the reason why I found this interesting that it's not done yet. It's the dream that, holy shit, they beat T1
yeah.
in a telecom war on a road show. The first time they've been on a road show.
I mean, I do think winning better than T1 right now.
Okay, go on.
I just think that they play the game better than T1. I think T1 has a lot of issues when it comes specifically to how they draft. That's been a problem forever, but I feel like this is even more of a problem now than it was before. It feels like they're really just committing on the style of okay, well, Goomba's just gonna play Goomba champs, which I think that right now it looks like a similar thing is happening right now for KT. But KT just has picked better champions to one trick, they're like, no, we're just gonna play these champions because we think these champions are actually just better. So I think that's a huge issue.
Jamato, who you got? KT-T1.
I got KT too, man. Look. Have I been big on T1 this year? Almost ever. There you go. To me, the cards are just stacked against T1, and I would almost go as far as saying, if T1 win, I think I think it's about lopsided enough I would consider it an upset. I think T1, I'm dead serious. Don't make your face, bro. I'm dead serious. I think T1 are in a lot more disarray than people like to admit. And I think it's just because of who they are. And that's okay. But I feel like if they're going to play they've accepted Guma champs or Guma champs, my stance since the Smash Guma stuff has always been slam owner on carries, let him be the guy. All right? Let him be the one that you actually play for, give resources to. And they started doing that once Guma came in full, and that seemed to be the identity that they were landing on. But recently they've started going back to hey man, yo, Ona, Skarner looks pretty fucking good here, right? Yo, you could give us a little tank game here and there, right? And that's my main concern is if they start slamming Ona on tanks. I think he just needs to, stay on Pantheon Zin, Wukong. I didn't like the Talon that he tried, which really got a lot of people hyped, even though it won. That's a fake arch champ. Stuff like the Fury, right? Anything where he can snowball an early lead individually for himself and actually take over a game, those are the champs that Ona needs to be on. And then Faker, be on facilitating champs, right? Your Gallios, your Rises, your Talias, that kind of deal. Do that. Doran, as long as you don't die level 3, fuck it, I'll give you a pass at this point. Just don't die, don't get solo killed in lane. That's that is the bar right now for Doran. And I think T1 are okay, but to be honest, I think KT have a much better understanding of who they are as individuals and as a team. I think they have shown a very clear tendency to be on the same page on any given play significantly more frequently than T1 have. Bar a massive clutch up here from T1, I think this is 3-1 KT. I don't even think it's a 5-game, hey, this is close. I think KT take this 70% of the time or 65% of the time.
I'm gonna check real quick in our work Slack because we had to make our predictions.
Oh, okay.
But I think you guys are right. I do think that going into this, T1 are underdogs according to the global team.
They'd have to be. I don't think there's no way you could look at the last couple of series that T1 played compared to KT and go, yeah, T1 are favorites here. That you can't. You just can't. They got pushed about by HLE. They got 2-0'd by Nongshim as well. Just very, very unsatisfying series to watch. It's a little while ago, so my memory is a bit hazy on it. They've lost to all of the top teams. Like, in recency, in their most recent series. And it didn't really look that good, either. Argument maybe for the Gen G series, I remember it wasn't, like, super far away from them. Like, T1 through the game 1, I recall it, they overreached on the top tier 2.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I don't think they ain't been putting up numbers that have, or performances that have looked good. KT have.
It's 4-3, so it's a split here for global. But yeah,
is it KT sided or T1 sided?
Yeah, it's KT sided. It's KT sided. KT sided 4-3.
This is why we like the KT global team, the LCK global team.
Yep, that's one of the reasons, I guess.
I think it's just realistic. Like, I don't know. Like you can't be hyped about the last series that T1 played. I refuse to believe you can like see like how they played versus Hanwha Life and just especially just even the way they draft. Like I don't think anyone sees T1 lock in like Lucian Braum and they're like, nice. Like this is they got it this time. Like every time they lock because they don't even lock in like Lucian Braum in a super good situation. Like late. I mean they're doing this in a best of 3 game 3 with like other ADs just up. Like all the like best ADs are up and they're like, yeah, Lucian Braum right here. Game 1 it's like Jin, Zaya, Varus if it's up. It just feels stale. I don't know. It just feels really stale to me.
Yeah. Let's close this segment off. What do you got here in order of your underdogs here, Jamada?
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, similarly to Dom, Koi won, so it would feel a little remiss to not have them at the top. But, like, if we were ranking this on number scale, it wouldn't be like a 9 or a 10. It would be like mentally a 7, but they have to go at the top because they won no matter what. I'm putting WE second. Obviously KT, a little bit more hype around them, I think, in general. But bro, WE made me believe. WE made a lot of people believe that they could do some funny business. And frankly, I think people would have believed even more and bought in even more had BLG won their series against AL. Because I feel more people would have been like, yeah, W might be able to take it against AL comparatively to BLG, right? Because I think most people, once BLG got knocked into the lower bracket, probably started going, well, if they beat IG, cool, but like, the fun probably stops at BLG, right?
Yeah.
But W, like, I think if you just take everything into account, right? Fucking start of the year, probably bottom fucking 3-4 of LPL, to being a team that finished top 4 this split. Incredible run. But obviously the playoffs explicitly very, very impressive. Then I'll put KT down. If KT beat T1, they would go above WE, or they would probably be tied in my head. But KT will go third. Shopify, they have to make it to finals to really, for me to be super impressed. The teams that they've beaten have just had very clear issues, but it's awesome to see the growth that Shopify have clearly gone through. They've bought into an identity, and more than anything, why not us? That seems to be the motto for Shopify right now, which I'm here for. They are a fun team to watch, bottom line.
That's the old NRG energy right there. Why not us? All right. Finally, we'll do it quick because we already kind of touched on it a little bit in Rankem as we talked about a lot of these teams. This week's Fraud Alert, it includes Team Liquid and Carmine Corp. Let's get into it. I think my headphones just died, so I gotta figure that part out. But let's get into it. Fraud Alert, TL, and KT. All right, TL. Let's finish putting the nail in the coffin here because not only did they lose, not only did UG not look great, APA lost on Ziggs. There was an interview with Spawn earlier saying like, if I had a Reddit account, I'd be flaming myself too. I'd be posting all this stuff right now. It does feel pretty damning to be fourth like that. And I appreciate that Spawn as we know he can, is creating that culture of not only like winning success, but achieving what they know they're capable of doing and setting that tone. But Dom, that loss was not good. It was pathetic. It was not good in the season. Not good.
It was pathetic. I mean, I think the craziest part about this is what he said. They asked him, they're like, was Umpty available today? Do you remember what his response was? His response was, there'll be some news out soon. Which means, like, what does that mean? Like, when I hear that, I just think, is Umpty just cooked? Like, was he just not, like, there at all? Because I think after how nervous Yuji looked in the first couple games, if you have the ability to go to Umpty, why would you not do it? You know, like, at that point, why would you not do it? It just looked so, like, ridiculously obvious that Yuji was collapsing under the pressure. So the fact they didn't go to Umpty there made me think, all right, this team, like, they're probably just going to go Yuji full time, and Umpty's probably just done. You know, like, he's probably done. I mean, obviously, we'll see. We'll see what news he's talking about, but I don't know what other news would come out. Like, what do you think about that? Is there anything else that I'm missing when somebody says, like, when somebody asks you, was this player available today? And then you said, can't really talk about it much. There'll be news out soon. What else would that mean? You know? So it's pure speculation. I just think
it would be releasing the other guy. It would be like, oh, no, like Yuji, we tried Yuji, didn't quite work out, we're going back. It requires one of the two being gone. That, like,
all right, yeah, okay, I can see that. I didn't even consider that a possibility, because, like, I mean, they just got this kid. Like, if you get rid of Yuji, I feel like that's crazy. Like, well, that's crazy. Yes, you get rid of Yuji right here. Like, he can't play for your team, come into the worst situation available. You guys hype him up, then he plays like one bad series, and you're like, actually, just go fuck yourself, Yuji. Like, that would be just ridiculous to me. So I can't see that one, but I guess it is possible. But yeah, I mean, it just seems scary, bro. I hear that shit. Seems scary. So we'll have to see what happens on that front. But yeah, I mean, in general, like, you're looking at this team and they just look like they're underperforming so much. Impact doesn't look like Impact. A lot of the stuff that they were really good at, like the way you would think that TL would play, right? If you were just to think about, okay, this is the meta, this is what you can do. The way that I would see them playing most games is I would think that they would be the team that would be like giga swapping still. They would just be swapping all the time. Like, okay, they can't lane. 4 minutes, they swap, they play Cassante, like whatever, they like lane more, they keep on swapping, try to keep you like off your toes. Then they like incorporate their weird champs. They're really good at like overloading sides. Like, I would think that this would be their playstyle, but it doesn't feel like this is their playstyle at all. You know, like, look, everything I just said is just all things that they never really do. They just play super standard. It feels like they don't really even have like advantage when it comes to like the fights that they're in anymore. Like, it doesn't feel like they're getting fights that they really want on timers that are really good for them. They're kind of doing the same thing that Damwon was doing. They're just fighting in the middle of mid lane, right? They show up in the middle of mid lane. They don't have an advantage. They didn't take control of the zone. Nothing good is happening. And then they just are like, fuck it. Other guy's throwing spells. Let's throw our spells back. And they just end up in some fight that's just completely neutral. Whoever hits their buttons better wins. But all the things that they were really good at when they were the best team in North America have all disappeared. You know, like APA side laning, that was his thing, right? He would play Corki, he would play Tristana, he would go in the side lane, and he would just get a huge lead, and he was like, oh yeah, I learned how to do this from Caps. And I was like, what the fuck? It's so impressive. This guy like actually knows how to play side lane. We've had players that have played in North America for years that never got good at side lane like that. Like, Palafox is still not good at side lane like that. The way Palafox plays is he will go into the side lane and then just catch a wave and then try to, like, if he has a timer, he'll just try to move first. And that's his advantage. He's like, okay, I'll just move. I'll move, and hopefully some fight happens, and that'll be good. That's what he's trying to do with his advantage. So yeah, like, I look at this team, and they just look so defeated, and it's just tough for me to rate a team that used to have such defined strengths, and now when I look at them, none of them are, like, evident anymore. Like, I just feel like it feels like I'm like a crazy person, and these strengths never even existed in the first place or something.
Jamato, what do you make of them in terms of the fraudulency?
I mean, if we were to kind of actually take the position of Dom here for a second, came first, last split, went internationals, didn't do that well. But at the end of the day, coming into the year, coming into the split, people had them 1-2 still. Hard to really argue. I mean, Dom's covered a lot of the issues that they've had. There's obviously the grander issues of things like the way that the game has changed, and them subsequently not being able to really find a suitable middle ground via obviously like lane swaps out of the game, fearless, that kind of deal. But at the end of the day, the game changes. You have to change with it, and it doesn't really feel like between Umpty and Yuji coming in and out, and just overall the levels of performance that we're seeing on stage games, that they've been able to find any kind of middle ground to at least look like a palatable team. Because that is the main thing. They just look flat. They don't look. Yeah. They don't look like they want to be there. Like, not physically in terms of the player cams. I haven't looked at them. I'm just talking about the way that they play the game. It's just like, well, I guess we'll take this play. Like, yeah, sure, fuck it, why not? That is how a lot of their gameplay looks right now.
Sure.
So from like the perspective of, hey, they went to internationals, finished first last split, like the fraudulency is kind of high, but at the same time, I didn't really have them pegged for anything higher than third, right? And they've come fourth anyway. So it's like, how bad is it really? But I mean, also, it's pretty fucking bad, like.
I mean, it's one thing to go fourth when 100 Thieves is playing well, and it's like, okay, 100 Thieves, but it's like, they let Shopify go from being not even close to their skill level, like significantly worse than them, to being comprehensively better than them, like in almost every way. So when I see that, it's just like they can't underperform much more in my mind. Like, I can't imagine how they could underperform more than how they underperformed. Like, realistic, what they could have become 100 Thieves and went sixth? I think that's unrealistic for a team like that.
I think the reasonable number is a high 7, like a 7.8. 8. Arguably higher depending on where your hatred lies. But I think any lower doesn't make any sense. The floor has to start like 7.8 for me. He's that's at 8. I mean, it just, yeah.
I'll go 8.5. I'll go an 8.5.
I think
pretty
the
fucking bad.
Substitution makes it worse. The substitution makes it worse. But if you have him third, which I think, I don't know, like it felt like Cloud9 was close, and we know that FlyQuest is close, like was the team and still is the team. Then, yeah, like fourth doesn't seem that far off. However,
they just didn't put up like any fight.
Like, the way it happened.
It would be like super reductive to not like add the context of everything and how they lost, right?
Yeah, sure.
But it's one of those things where, like, if you're a fan or like of like the LTA, not TL, and like you tune in every like once in a while, you look at that result and go, oh well, they didn't finish like too far away from where they are. But like again, it's what's inside the cake that is more telling than what it actually looks like. Yeah.
Well, speaking of teams that went to first stand and then didn't make it, Karmine Corp is the other team that did not do that from the West. They dropped third. Obviously, we've talked a lot about MCoy and good Jojo, bad Jojo, good bot lane, bad bot lane. To Jamada's credit, he did say Kalist. No one's brought the belt out on Kalist and bad habits that he's made here. And they fall down to MCoy and won't be going to MSI, won't be going to EWC, won't be building upon what felt like a lot of like aura. I feel like they lose a lot of aura.
I mean,
like more than Team Liquid to me.
Bro, even like, to be honest, the broadcast side of things too, like they were
broadcast.
I love those guys. No. Don't throw no hate down on them. Like, they're doing their job. They're doing their job.
No, they're doing this dog shit. I see the same thing in NA where it's like Casey wins the split, and then people don't view it as like, oh well, Casey, they did win the split, but when they went to first stand, I guess they beat the PCS team. They went 2 over Top Esports, who looked like they were completely choking. They lost the first time they met into G2, and G2 like choked in the finals. And instead of the narrative being like, these guys showed us something, like they're pretty good, They might be the best team in the region. They're acting as if they're prime G2. They're like, yep, KC runs the region now. And like, they are just the kings of the region and everyone has to fucking be better than them. We see the same thing in fucking North America. Like, we see the same thing with FlyQuest, right? We go into the game versus FlyQuest, and this is how you know this narrative is bullshit. We were 3-3 in the year versus FlyQuest. And if you were to watch the broadcast, you would think that the betting odds would be like 5-1 for Cloud9 to beat FlyQuest. You would think that it would never be even close between the two teams. When in reality, it's like we were pretty even throughout the year. Yeah, we lost one best of 3 that like didn't really matter. And then since then, they had a kind of like shaky first round of playoffs versus Shopify where they 3-0'd them, but it was the longest 3-0 of all time. And then we like pretty much dominated TL and R like 3-0. So it was like, okay, they looked competitive. We looked competitive versus them the whole split. We beat them the first time we played in winter. We beat them in the best of 1. We got shit stomped in the best of 3. But that looked like an aberration. I mean, if you're honest about how our team looked, that did not look like the standard level of play where it's like, yep, we're just looking shaky all the time. And then we just look dog shit versus FlyQuest. And it just shows that we're not good. Like, I would have said, sure, it's fine to have FlyQuest as the number 1 team, but it should be like a close narrative. And this is how you know that the narrative on LTA was bullshit. They didn't do the same thing for TL versus Shopify. This is how you know, because when TL played Shopify, the last time they played the day before we played against FlyQuest, and the same thing happened. Do you remember that? That was the series where Core JJ invaded Contracts and just put him behind.
The horrors of Poppy.
Yeah, like he just Poppy invaded and just ran the whole game, and they like lost both games in like 20 minutes. They lost like even harder than we lost. And when they went into it, they're like, Shopify versus TL, it's gonna be pretty close. Like, who's gonna do better? Like, I think Shopify could win this one. It was just like so much different than the narrative of like what happened between us and the other team when we literally had the same results where it's like we looked competitive the entire split, and then we had like one bad best of 3 in like a placement best of 3 that still doesn't fucking matter. You know, like it's like a placement best of 3 when we've already secured like top 2, and it's like, okay, we get to play Shopify or TL, which we both think we're better than, going into first round of playoffs, and both FlyQuest and us both 3-0'd those teams in that round. So when I see these narratives, it feels like whenever a team becomes like the best in the region for any small amount of time, they get like this ridiculous overhyping as if they have been running the region for a long period of time. And like what G2's done in Europe is way different. Like G2's success 2023, 2024 is way different than how KC won. KC was an underdog going into the finals versus G2, and yeah, they ended up winning, and that's impressive. But every time I hear these narratives, I just feel like they overblow who the number 1 team is. And I don't even think it does anything for the storyline. Like as a broadcast, I don't know why you'd want to make it seem like one team is significantly better than the other instead of making it seem close if it is close, so that like you could feel like both teams could win. Like, wouldn't it be more hype to just talk about, oh, both these teams are pretty good, let's see who wins?
It swings many ways. We're supposed to be talking about KC, mate. First off,
when we use the David versus Goliath meme or like narrative, trope, when it's incorrect, I agree with Dom.
Yeah, like, but also I've got to say, Dom, have you and the C9 boys just tried having aura? Like, have you done that before? You know, have you?
I don't even think FlyQuest has aura. Like the way that they play is not like an aura play style.
Actually,
they just like
no. Have you seen how Whippo plays in the top lane and the champions that he pulls out? And the way that Inspired has all of these pocket picks, have you?
I don't know, bro. I see a lot of aura, dude. When I see Thanatos play like that Rumble gank out, and he just looks so insanely Korean, just dodges everything. Galio throws a Q, he like walks in on the Q, and then they like the whole enemy team dies. I'm like, that's a fucking aura there. Like that shit looks mega Korean.
All right, Cloud9, you need to restore the Cloud9 social. You need to restore the aura by making one of those LPL cuts of all the skill shot dodges that Loki does the Palafox in game number 2. And you got to put it out before they play FlyQuest in the finals. So come on. There it is.
W social directions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Casey, though. Man, same. You remember? I'm just going to refer back to the conversation. You asked me, Casey or the field.
Casey or the field.
I didn't want any of those motherfuckers, bro. And this is why. Yeah. This is exactly why. Like
I had the field. I took the field over Casey.
I respect your decision. I didn't want a part of any of it, to be honest with you, because of the exact way that playoffs has happened to play out. Even had G2 like won, and this is obviously post us having that conversation, it still wouldn't have even felt that good. Like it would just be like, oh well, I guess G2 are the best team again, and it's like they probably wouldn't have even looked.
Nah, they're just
anywhere near.
Man,
yeah,
they need Mickey X on that team so bad. They need somebody who's like willing to fight. I feel like their team, like Skewmond, is just somebody who wants to farm perma. Like he just wants to perma farm. And then it feels like Lebrov permanently tries to not lose the game. That's how I feel when I'm watching him. Like I don't feel like he has the like this is the play we need to make. Like he doesn't have that like we need to do this in order to win. It's just like if I just don't do anything, we'll win.
The weird part though is that he didn't look like that with BDS last year. Like it was arguably the opposite. Like this guy was the catalyst and playmaker for a lot of the
and doing too much
team
sometimes.
fights. Like 100%. Like, but that is seemingly what you'd probably want out of a support, as long as you can rein them in a little bit.
That's actually not how I felt about Lebrov when I was watching him last year. Like when I was watching him last year, I mainly felt like he was just like confident on a few picks. Like he was just like a one trick type player. It was like you're either like if he's playing Blitzcrank or like Rel when Rel was good, he'll play like that. But he didn't seem like he has confidence to like play the fucking role of support in a best of 5. Like he's unwilling to just do things that feel risky in order to win a series. Like if Mickey X is going into a elimination best of 5 versus him, and Mickey X is like, I'm throwing down Nautilus blind first pick. Lebrov was unwilling to be like, okay, I'll match that with a Leona or something. He's like, nope, can't play Leona. This is like when Leona is super high prio, and everyone thinks it's completely fucking broken. This is like Warmogs being like ridiculous and shit. Like nope, you take that, I will just relax. You know, like I'll just do whatever I want to do. I'll play a matchup that's a counter pick. Like he would pick Rakan into Nautilus. It's like, bro, you just counterpicked yourself instead of picking the champion that everyone likes into Nautilus. It just looked like so vegan to me.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't think it was that bad. I think the champion prio stuff was definitely very odd at times. But at the very least, I didn't feel like he was super far away in terms of like prios holistically, where it's like his best champs were just Rel, Rakan, Blitz. That was like the 3. And when you looked at like Alvaro last year, similar deal. Rel, Rakan, best champs by far and away. His Leona as well, probably like his third best. But yeah, this KC, they looked fraudulent in the regular split. No one was like super confident then. I wasn't super confident in them coming into playoffs. Both their Koi series, just I don't know, man. Like, nothing really gave me a lot of confidence to be like, yeah, this team can just do the repeat. Again, looking back at things like just the games that they won in the Koi series, a lot of them felt kind of handed to them by Koi, right? Whether it be draft or just like decisions that they made once they were in game. Again, highlight the game 4 of the lower bracket finals last weekend. And just throughout, I don't know what needs to change inside of this team to feel a little bit more consistent, whether it's a confidence thing or like, I don't know. They're a bit of a fucking conundrum to me. The main thing that I do know is a lot of the predominant issues are still there. Yike has not been performing in like the highest stakes series outside of basically the G2 finals last split, pretty much. Otherwise, he's just been really muted, which is super, I wouldn't say outside of the realm of how Yike has performed over the last few years, but it's weird to see it now when it feels like he's significantly more comfortable, I would say, in this lineup comparatively to how he was kind of set up on G2 post like the first year and a half, 2 years. And yeah, Kalist just needs to be belted. This kid needs to be disciplined, man. Someone has to do it at some point. Like he can't keep doing it. It is not like it is such a fixable fix too, where it's don't step up a mid lane if you don't have people around you. that simple, and it's not even just mid lane anymore. It's now turning into a laning phase issue. It's turning into like, well, still laning phase, but like when lanes are swapped, and I feel like players sometimes will kind of lose track of things a little bit more freely than comparatively if it was just regular laning from start to finish. Same fucking deal. Yeah, Kalist just needs to squeeze a little bit less. Like, it's awesome when he does it and it looks good and it works.
Yep.
Fantastic. He's solo winning games, right? Everyone's going to think about the Ezreal play that he did. Oh god, I can't even remember who it was against, but it was, you know, he fucking double killed. Was it G2? It was G2, wasn't it? It was on Hans and Labrov on the mid lane wave. Everyone's gonna remember that and think, yeah, like, dude, he's so fucking good when he steps up and he's willing to like pump out the damage. But if you're doing it in these higher stake series and you're throwing game states away where your team were really comfortable before then it's like, at what point does someone step in and go, hey kiddo, can we not, bro? Like, it just seems super fixable in that regard. And I think a silent like griefer has been Targamas. Underneath all of this, I know that, you know, Targamas last year, a lot of fire. It made sense. Targamas is playing like dog last year. Him and Kalist are obviously a much better pairing in general, and Targamas seems a lot more comfortable laning with Kalist comparatively to Upset. But just some of the decisions that Targamas makes in terms of when he wants to go in and what the rest of his team are doing, it's getting to a point where it's a little bit, you can't really ignore it. Like, when Casey are doing well and people are there and follow up, like, obviously looks good, but it feels like he's on another planet a lot of the time. Again, similar deal to Kalist, like, someone just got to sit him down, whether it's Yike or like coaching staff, and just be like, yeah, we need to like just relax, just chill out a little bit more. Their run overall just sucked. Like, they beat Fnatic, whoop-de-doo. They beat Heretics. Heretics weren't really a contender.
But is that more of like, for Targamas, like, because the Kalist problem feels like more of a him problem. The Targamas problem feels more like a. Is that
it could
a him
be many
problem,
things.
Or is that like a?
It could be many things. Like that's one of those things where if you can't tell unless you're in that camp. Like, you can't tell if it's. I mean, when you see players make plays that, like, in this kind of vein, sometimes you can tell when it's comms just by looking if you've got the experience, and sometimes you can just tell that it's like the player just ignoring everything going on. I feel like play to play, it just seems like a mix of both. So again, I still feel like the fix is just sitting the brother down and trying to get a little bit more consistency out of him, of like just a mental check, whether it's vocally talking about the engage, talking about what the fight needs to look like, anything like that. That just needs to happen, and it seems like that's not always happening with him and the rest of the KC boys.
Yep. All right, let's number it up here. What do we have here for KC in terms of fraudulency from split 1 to split 2?
I mean, I would say, because I wasn't as high as everyone else on KC, I still think they were a good team, right? But I would say that's like a 5 or a 6 for me. It's not like they're giga fraudulent in my mind. I think that them getting third place is like completely reasonable. Like, if, for example, Fnatic G2 were the best two teams in EU this split, I wouldn't be like, oh my god, where is KC? I would just take it for what it was. Also, I think people like really forget how KC was winning all those games. Like, they were a team that won by playing, like, when they looked their best, they played mages with fucking do nothing tank jugglers. That was their strategy. They played very slow. They played every single Drake. It was like ERL macro around every single Drake. They held chokes well. They're pretty disciplined about not giving space that they shouldn't give, which is really important. I think these are things that it was nice to see out of a relatively young team. They actually understood concepts like this, because that's kind of more like the older players view the game like that, and the younger players are like, pick me fucking Akali, bro. Like, let's get in there. Like, we're just gonna like start a fight. Like, what the walk in, I'm flanking, and you just want to go in. You know, like, that's the natural tendency of younger players. But they were never like a team that was to me, good at every style. Like, there was nothing to me that signified that they should have a dynasty right now in the LEC. I think that they're a good team that can win, but I think this is a 5 or a 6 for me on the fraudulency scale. I think that people just saw them winning and didn't remember how they won. And then now when they picked things like Silas the entire split, obviously there were some good moments from Vladio and Silas, but that never looked like that was actually close to as good as their normal style. Whenever they were picking like the Vi games that were played by Yike and like Pantheon and stuff, it never looked like it was actually natural for them. It was them trying to develop more so that they would not be as readable as a team and have different things. Because eventually, if a team is just like what we saw with Hot in Life, if the team is like, you're not playing tank junglers with mages in good spots for tank junglers with mages, and they just draft around those conditions, KC just couldn't win. And I think there's definitely a chance that teams like Koi or G2 could have done the same thing to them here. So for me, I'm going 5 out of 6, or 5 or a 6, 5.5. I just don't think it's that shocking that they didn't win.
All right, Jamada, bring us home.
Whilst I have the same conclusion that I don't think it's as shocking, I'm gonna give them a higher ranking of around about an 8. Now the reason why I'm doing that is more because of some of the individual performances. Vladdy let himself get fathered by Jojo twice, and we all know how I feel about Jojo. I don't know. I don't know if Vladdy was just in his head, or if Vladdy was in his own head. But yeah, the guy was just really fucking muted. And just throughout, again, whether you want to talk about the holistic issues of KC or just, to me, I think the individual underperformances are what like makes this more fraudulent, mixed in with, and this like almost feels unfair because at the end of the day, you're always going to talk positively about yourself. But like any article you'd see come out of the KC boys, really hyping themselves up. Yeah, like these guys, they're shit. Like they've got to come and fucking play us. Like this is our region. This is how things go down. And going out the way that they did, pretty much wholly to Koi, really, right? Koi put them in the lower bracket, and then Koi put them in the fucking dirt. It makes this significantly more fraudulent than just like a 5 or a 6. It's like an 8. Am I surprised that they finished here? Not necessarily. I think that the top 4 was a real mishmash, and frankly, it was pretty up in the air, and anyone could have probably won this split with like slight favorites, right? Like most people after the G2 double best of.
Fnatic could have never won. That's for sure.
Okay, well I agree, but like we've got to sell it, Dom. All right, like
yeah, okay, all right.
Jeez. So you know, like it was realistically Koi to me were probably, KC were, to be fair, probably second favorite just because of the way that I kind of had out everyone. But that again speaks more to the current quality of the league than anything else. Yeah, I think about an 8, 7.8, something like that in that region. KC were giving it the big one, and the only person that really stepped up was Kana. That like genuinely, I actually kind of feel bad for him to be honest. I feel like he was kind of let down by his team overall this weekend.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you have it. There's our fraud alert in there. Extra fraud alert, just a number. Even though they are going to MSI. G2. What do you just give me a number? No context. We've already gave context. Jamada, number.
Man, I'm torn. There's reasons to go high and there's reasons to go low. I'll go low with them because I mean I'm always a bit lenient on G2. I'll go about 5.
All right,
5 to
Dom.
6.
I'll go like a 7. They just played too scared. Like they just played way too. It's a way too pussified League of Legends for me.
There you go. All right, there it is. G2 entity and G2 fans. We got your official ranking in there after talking about them a little bit.
Also, what the fuck did Caps do? We didn't even talk about Caps. We didn't even talk about what he did at that fucking third. Like just walked at the melee range of Leona and just lost an entire game. What the fuck? Like how? Like how do you just lose the whole game like that? My God. Happens though.
Yeah, I was gonna say it happens though. Rarely to him. rarely to him, but that happened. Shows that even the greats have moments like that. All right, y'all. That was a long one, but we are in the championship stretch of LoL Esports. We've got championship weekend coming up here with LPL finals and semifinals, LCK, Road to Busan, and LTA North and South finals. Isris Gaming and Furia. And then winner of that plays Pain Gaming there down for LTA South. So shout outs to ThinkCard. Good luck, ThinkCard, with Furia Gaming.
Hey, that team's actually improved a lot. That was like a 6th place team, like a 5th, 6th place team. That was just like all hands. So
yeah,
not bad. I respect them for it.
So Dom will have all that coverage there. Jamada will have some of that coverage there. And the VOD reviews. If you haven't already, make sure to like and subscribe here at Power Spike. Thanks to our friends over at Factor Meals. That's factormeals.com/PowerSpike50 off for 50% off your first order plus free shipping. And of course, lastfreenation.shop. We've got our shop up here for Last Free Nation. Shirt, joggers, mugs, keycap, you name it, we got it. Shipped with, I think, it's $60 anywhere in the US for free. So make sure to buy the stuff, get your limited edition t-shirt. Thank you all so much for watching. Oh, look at that. Jamada's got it. Thank you all so much for watching. And we'll see you next week after we know who's going to MSI and who are the new champs for Split 2.
This guy's story is like completely falling apart. Like, what the fuck even happened now?
I don't know. Like, who gives a shit?
Now he doesn't know? The reason why is because he was lying the whole time, and once it got fact-checked, he didn't even want to try to defend it.
I looked through my emails to find whether or not the Department of Homeland Security had responded. I also found out that a while back, they had also revoked my global entry. So I finally got a response back from the Department of Homeland Security, but they had already taken away my global entry clearance months prior. You know, they revoked it before my entry, and I didn't even know.
Wait, so what even happened? So he went through the global entry line, and then they didn't even pull him in for an entry interview, for a global entry initial interview, like for conditional approval. They just, what even happened? I don't even know what happened.
And what's even crazier is at no point did they even mention that they had revoked my global entry.
Did you have like a number, or did you have anything for, you get like a card, don't you? I have global entry. I know I've done this. Where do you look up if you have global entry? Oh no, I did do this. Okay. I thought I fabricated memories. Oh. Approved. And then you get a number, membership number / pass ID. And when you come back, you've got the normal line, and then you've got like the global entry line. Now, if you're to go through the global entry line, you have to have, you have to be in that system. You can't just like walk through. I feel like this guy's story is like completely falling apart. Like, what the fuck even happened now? The timeline was completely off. It sounds like he went through the wrong fucking line. Because in total, he was detained for maybe 30 minutes, maybe? So he tried to walk through global entry with an expired card? No, he wasn't even approved for it. He had no approval.
They had also revoked my global entry. So I finally got a...
So he says revoked here. I don't know if he's being like intentionally retarded or if he's just slow. Or if it's the finasteride is like rotting his brain. Maybe he has to borrow from some of your neurons to regrow the hair follicles. It doesn't sound like they were... Or I'm sorry, actually, hold on. I was mean... did they revoke it or did he just never get approved? Let me listen again. I'm sorry.
And I looked through my emails to find whether or not the Department of Homeland Security had responded to my redress over
what was
my
the email
trip.
again? Show me the email again.
I also found out that a while back, they had also revoked my global entry. So I finally got a response back from the Department of Homeland Security, but they had already taken away my global entry clearance months prior. You know, they revoked it before my entry, and I didn't even know. And
revoked or denied? Okay, we regret to inform you that your membership at Global Entry has been revoked for the following reasons. You do not meet the program eligibility requirements. What? I'm so confused on what the timeline for all this is, because he said that he applied for Global Entry one time, and then he said that he missed the interview, or he went to the interview but he didn't bring his passport. Then he said that... Oh no, hold on, I just had a brain blast. I hope this is not true. Wait, let me read this. Dear Hassan Piker, thank you for submitting your traveler inquiry form and identity documentation to the Department of Homeland Security Traveler Redress Inquiry Program regarding your participation in the Global Entry Program. CBP is tasked with protecting our nation's borders. Routinely access information provided by these agencies. All international travelers to enter the U.S. including blah, 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 blah. After careful review, we've determined that your Global Entry Program membership was revoked because you do not meet the guidelines for program participation. An individual is ineligible to participate in the Trusted Traveler Program if CBP at its sole discretion determines the individual potential risk of terrorism, criminality, violating customs, agriculture, and immigration laws, or otherwise not a low-risk traveler. This risk determination will be based in part on the applicant's ability to demonstrate past compliance with laws, regulations, policies, reasons why the application provides false or incomplete information on the application. What, is there a chance? All of this is such bullshit at this point. Here's what I'm curious about. Because he didn't post any dates on these emails, did he? I wonder if he said that he applied for it. And when you apply for global entry, I think you can get like a conditional approval. Then, but it sounds like he actually had an interview. So it sounds like he applied for it. And then he said he drove to the office to do the interview, but that he left his passport at home, and he didn't have an ID for it, and so he went home and he missed that. I wonder if he got like conditionally approved, scheduled the interview, went to the interview, and then he didn't bring his passport, and then this is the email that they sent afterwards saying, "I'm sorry, we have to revoke your global entry," and the revocation is just for the conditional approval. I have no idea. I'm just guessing. The timeline in the story, none of this like makes sense. Like all of this just feels so weird now. Like I don't understand how you go through the global entry line if you don't even have it. You're telling me that the U.S. border systems would just let anybody walk through the global entry line and they wouldn't even be able to ID that you didn't have global entry? Or... it just doesn't make sense. And then months later, this dipshit just walks into the line thinking he has access. Or he didn't go through that line. He literally just went through the normal ass line. And then just got pulled aside for random questioning. I mean, do they actually do conditional approval? That kind of defeats the purpose. No, because you submit like an app. Fuck me, dude. I hate this mobile. You submit an application, and then as long as there's no red flags, you can just take the interview. You get conditionally approved, and you can take the interview on your first international flight back to the United States. When you return, you can do the interview then. His redress inquiry, doesn't that imply that he asked shit to the DHS? Wait, where does he say? Does this say anything about a redress, or was that just what he said? Thank you for sending your traveler inquiry form and identity documentation to the Department of Homeland Security Traveler Redress Inquiry Program. Okay. So it did get revoked. Why would he not bring this up on stream? Like, I'm so confused. Because this is just a thing that he would make content off of. Right? Like if he was in the middle of streaming 4 months ago and they refused his global entry application, you don't think he would say something about that? Like, oh my god, guys, they're coming after me for my political speech. Like, this is so bullshit. They wouldn't even let me get global entry. Like, I don't understand why he wouldn't say anything about this. He said he didn't see the email. I'm not sure that. Well, wouldn't you search for it? If you're traveling internationally, you would have to. If you travel internationally, when you're filling in your information on your tickets, there's a thing there for known traveler number, and that'll have you put in your TSA pre or global entry or Nexus number. So you'd have to put his number in there. So you have to go and look it up. You don't think at any point in this, you wouldn't think like, oh, do I actually fucking have global entry? Do you get a card? I think you can request one, but you have like a number. I don't believe any of this. I think it's all just a fucking lie. But he milked the fuck out of it, so it's already like success. Like he did it. I mean, he milked the fuck out of all of this. So, what are the odds that he legit just found out about this now? I feel like I don't think that they would let you go through. like an accelerated line without being approved, and nobody would say anything. They wouldn't pull you aside for an interview. They would just say like, oh, you're not in this, like go to the other line. What do you think the reality was? Well, as far as the stop, everything he describes, it sounds like he just got pulled aside for random questioning. Sounds like it was like about 15 minutes long. I think he basically admits as much now. He was on that stream, and I think he admitted as much. It was basically 15 minutes long. It was normal questioning, and then he went through. You do get a card for global entry. I mean, you might be able to request one, but I don't think you need it. Like, I think I have an option to order a digital, order a card, but you just need the number, I think. And then everything is like eyes. I don't know if they do fingerprints. They probably do. Wouldn't this naturally come up during the questioning? Why are you in the GE line? You don't have GE retard. No, it wouldn't come out during questioning. You wouldn't make it through the line. Like, pictures, airport, immigration, entry. What airport was he at? Was he at O'Hare? I don't know which one he said he came through. O'Hare? I don't know if I've ever flown back into O'Hare internationally, but all the others have come back in internationally. You have, there'll be like 2 different lines. One will be for like global entry, Nexus. I think Nexus is like Canada, USA, Mexico. I might be totally making that up. I think it's something like that. And then one line is just normal, where you go to these machines and you fill it out. But my guess is going to be that if you go to the global entry line and you try to get through there and you don't have global entry, you won't be able to pass the machine. Usually, once you go to these machines, you'll get a slip that'll have a picture on it and your name or whatever, some info, and then you go to the guys and you hand it to them. But you wouldn't get anything. You don't have global entry. The machine just it would say like not found or not or whatever, and you'd have to go to the other line. I don't know. All of this is weird. There's too much weird shit here, and he's already like a liar. Like I don't know. I don't trust any of this. I think the whole story is bullshit. But it's like airport security related shit, and he doesn't think anybody's ever gonna like publish anything about it and call him out, which is probably true. I mean, he got away with it, so. Video of O'Hare.
5 more minutes. US. I will O'Hare term lanes for US.
Usually, maybe this isn't the case ever, but they get mad at you when you have phones out here. Even in lines for immigration, I don't know why, there's like no phones.
Citizens tree. Over here, Alright guys, are still walking. As you can see the signs over here, US citizens and visitors, crew and active military. Back in the days, they used to have separate lanes for US citizens and visiting. Alright guys, we were told—
Why is it bad for him to lie about this? Because he tried to make it sound like he got pulled over for having viewpoints that are contrary to the Trump admin and then bullied or hassled or harassed for that. He's presented no evidence of that. His story has fallen apart under the slightest bit of publicly available data, under the littlest bit of scrutiny. And then he walked back his story basically immediately on that podcast. And he got like fucking international fame and articles and all this shit published for it, trying to show some shit that didn't ever happen. Because he just wants to feel like a victim and he wants to feel included in the public narrative over this.
Well, not to make a video of the immigration and custom, obviously. So
oh, they did tell him to put his phone away, yeah. Because normally in the lines here, they'll tell you to put your phone away.
US citizens and visiting. Alright guys, we were told not to make a video of the immigration and custom, obviously, so we're out of the immigration and custom. This
is such a waste of time because no one's going to give a fuck.
And they're processing everybody expeditiously. You walk up, boom, immediately they take your photo of your face, and you walk in, and there's a customs person there, cop there, just basically waves you, okay? And they do that over and over again. It gets to me. Take a photo, boom, walk in, instantly. The Customs and Border Patrol agent goes, "Step aside, sir." I was like, here we go, all right? She goes, "Step aside, sir. An agent will come and take you to another location." I was like, is that proper protocol? I was like, sometimes it happens. And I was like, okay. And I knew, at that point, I was like, okay, I'm texting like family. I'm like, this is happening. I'm texting my manager. You know, I was basically I got Lolo on. I was like, listen, you know, I'm going in, all right? I'm freaking going in. Who knows how long this will take?
Like, we have the timelines on all of this. And when the plane landed, when that Lolo guy tweeted, like, he was probably questioned for like 15 minutes. Somebody link him talking about this to Bad Empanada and Noah Sampson, because he basically says as much. Somebody give me the timestamp on that, because I think it's a huge walk back. But nobody gave a
what will happen. I had already heard like horror stories from people. There was like that one girl on TikTok that had talked about this, and I thought to myself, all right, it's done. It's happening to me as well. It is what it is. You know, M is real high. I'm about to say M is real high multiple times to get these guys off my back. So I'm waiting in the corner. This Latina ICE agent comes up, picks me up, takes me to this detention center. I sit down, fluorescent light bulbs, the whole nine. Okay, they have benches in the back of O'Hare Airport where there's like a detention area. Okay, there's a detention area. I'm sitting there. There's like a bunch of terrified families. Okay, there's an old lady in a wheelchair. There's like a mom and daughter behind me. There's some like random dude in front of me, and
I love them. Wait, fuck. Was this an Instagram reel or was this a YouTube video? White people mentioned race, no reason. Fuck. What am I thinking of? I'm not gonna be able to find this. I feel like it was a real. White mom mentions race, no reason. God damn it. I think it was an Instagram reel. It's like when your mom, like, so yesterday I was at the store and this very nice Nigerian looking man, like if they're non-white, they always just like, man, just like, why? I don't know. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find it though.
The way it works is there's a back door.
Wait, so is Pisco just retarded? He seems like he was totally vindicated that a sound was detained for protected speech. Wait, what link? Unless Pisco has access to information. I think Pisco goes a little bit crazy on the, wants to be contrarian around some narratives, but Hassan has provided absolutely zero evidence whatsoever that anything happened related to anything like that had to do with his viewpoint. There's been zero evidence presented so far of that, and plenty of reasons to believe that that's not the case of what happened.
Right? And they take your passport, they go to the back door, you don't know what the hell's going on in there, but they sometimes come out and they just say someone's name with their passport in their hands, and they go, you're clear to leave. Basically.
Right, so it's completely correct that Hassan was detained in question for his protected political speech, LOL. There's been zero evidence, unless he has access to secret stuff. Actually saying how many people tried to gaslight in defense, I should secure Trump administration assaulted free speech. Yeah, there's just been zero evidence of this happening whatsoever. Don't get caught up in dumb narratives like this. There's so many good reasons to attack the Trump admin. You don't have to bite on every single thing and then look unhinged. This is, unless there's something that is, unless something's been released that I haven't seen. So I just want to round me out with this, round me out with it was the Noah Sampson, Hassan, Bad Empanada stream. I will find this. Got it. I found it, because I'm a god.
I got detained. I didn't get detained. Yes, chatter. Yes. ICE agents took me to a detention center. That is a de facto.
Took me to a detention center. They walked him 10 yards to the room that you sit and do customs interviews when you're coming back. Took me to a detention center.
Oh, detention. Like, what are you talking about? The total runtime of it was like 2 hours, which was definitely faster than I thought it was going to be, I will admit. And
total runtime was 2 hours, he says. And I believe that gets reported over and over again in the news articles about this. Okay, total runtime. Remember that 2 hours. 2 hours. Okay, and then what does he say here? Hold on.
No, they are servile dogs to American interests because primarily they want to diversify their investment portfolios. They want to get a stronger foothold in Western capital. They want Western capital to come into the country, and they care about those things, and they know that. And also, they like the weapons and possibly get a nuke. And all of those.
If they wanted a nuke, they would already have it. No one's stopping them.
I think Donald
they
Trump
might already have it. Honestly,
I don't know. I don't know if they already have it or not, but by the end of Trump's presidency, I don't know how long that'll be. They probably will have one.
What do you think the world will look like at the end of Trump's presidency?
Nah, dude, I have no fucking idea. I don't know. He's the great peacekeeper.
Did you see that Dan Saltman? This is totally unrelated. Did you see that Dan Saltman called you out because it's possible that your interview was 15 minutes instead of 2 hours? What do you have to say to that, Hassan?
It comes out.
Now remember, total runtime 2 hours. He was giving a play-by-play of everything that happened. Okay, he had his phone on him. He was tweeting. He said 2 hours, and then Dan Saltman accused him of it only being 15 minutes. Right? That's a pretty egregious. That's an egregious way. It's not like from 1 hour to or it's not like it was like 2 hours. It's like really like an hour and a half, maybe an hour, Chief. This is from 2 hours to 15 minutes. That's a huge reduction in time.
Yeah, dude, that was really funny because I think he openly admitted that he's lying, and it doesn't matter that he's lying. And what matters is the narrative.
Oh, sorry, 50 minutes instead of 2 hours. Okay, so just a little under half. My bad. But regardless, he did say 2 hours. He's a total runtime 2 hours.
Here, I need to. This is your entertainment. Okay, I'm a CBP officer. I'm Iraqi. Saddam was a lion, and also. Saddam was a lion.
Yeah, he was a Baathist.
Every Iraqi I've ever met has told me that Saddam was a lion. And also, so how long was the interview?
Oh, I don't fucking know, dude.
Now he doesn't know? How many different news articles were written with the hours? Mr. Piker said he was questioned for 2 hours. Held for 2 hours at an airport in Chicago. How does he abandon that number? Instantly. The reason why is because he was lying the whole time, and once it got fact-checked, he didn't even want to try to defend it, which is smart on his point. He's like, he knows 100% that it's bullshit, and he just immediately dumped the entire topic.
And also, so how long was the interview?
Oh, I don't fucking know, dude.
I don't fucking know, dude. Hours, detained for hours by U.S. officials.
No idea.
I have no idea now. I have no idea. No idea.
He's I think they did a.
I mean, you probably weren't counting.
They did like a timeline assessment, and I think they like added some time to like when the plane landed or something. I don't fucking know. Like, who gives a shit?
Who gives a shit? This disgusting subhuman fucking piece of shit, okay, who will fluidly switch between Turkish, Islamic, white, brown, whatever he needs to be a parasitic cancer, a leech off of whatever political moment exists for the smallest crumb of clout anywhere. Okay, manages to worm his way into, you know, a million different articles about this, what is probably still to this day the single largest example of the Trump admin fixating or focusing on somebody coming into the border, a U.S. citizen, simply for political beliefs, right? Is probably the example. And now he doesn't give a fuck about it. This is not good for a variety of reasons, guys, right? Like, these are the types of stories that once all this shit is over with, conservatives point back on and say like, hey, look, you guys were fucking lying, right? That was bullshit, right? You guys admit that, right? That at least like this was fucking bullshit. It's like, yeah, this story was fucking bullshit.
I mean, I don't know, like, it's like Hassan Piker was only interviewed for...
How does this prove to Pisco? I don't know why Pisco. I think Pisco is just a little bit too unhinged on the anti-Trump shit. He should know better, though. There's no excuse. There's no reason. This is like... Even if we dump all the facts and we don't know anything about the situation, even if we don't know anything about it, right? Like, imagine, I'm just trying to think of any emotional event in my life, something where I feel like I was super wrong or something was really fucked. And I say something like, yeah, I was subjected to this. And then some other guy's like, I checked and you were subjected to like 1/10 of that. You totally fucking lied. And then my response would be, I don't know. I don't remember. Who cares? Who gives a shit? What do you mean? The whole world gave a shit. Apparently, there were like 50 different articles published on it. What do you mean? Who gives a shit?
Officer, I'm Iraqi. Saddam was a lion. And also, Saddam was a lion.
Yeah, he was a Baathist.
Every Iraqi I've ever met has told me that Saddam was a lion.
Like,
and also, so how long was the interview?
Oh, I don't fucking know, dude. I have no idea.
It's just so crazy, from doing a whole stream breakdown of events, multiple interviews with mainstream media, and playing this event so much, playing it up so much to, I don't know anything about it. I don't give a, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Why would you not give a shit? This is an important thing, right? If you were getting pulled aside and you're getting questioned simply for a political viewpoint, that's an extraordinary thing. Because to even get to that point, there's a lot of stuff that must have gone wrong. There would have had to have been an order from the top. It would have had to filter down through management. It would have had to go down to employees, and it would have had to have been implemented in airports, and then it must be in practice right now, right? So, and there's a lot of people that would have been aware of this if that whole process has taken place, and no one said anything, and it must be in practice right now in all airports in the USA. Like,
Oh, I don't fucking know, dude. I have no idea. He's I think they did a.
I mean, you probably weren't counting.
They did like a timeline assessment, and I think they like added some time to like when the plane landed or something. I don't fucking know. Like, who gives a shit?
I mean, I don't know. Like, it's like Hassan Piker was only interviewed for 30 minutes. Okay, so what? I mean, they interviewed you like.
Notice how his first question was 50 minutes. Now Bad Empanadas kind of joking. He says 30 minutes, and Hassan still isn't correcting him. So what was it? Was it like 10 minutes? 5 minutes? Did it even happen at all? Is there a chance that it didn't actually even happen? Is there a chance that when Hassan was pulled aside, what actually happened was he tried to go through the global entry line and they said, hey, two things. One, you're not allowed through the global entry line because you never got approved. And two, put your phone away because you're in immigration. And Hassan said, oh God, I'm getting detained. And he put his phone in his pocket and he said that. And then he just went through the 20-minute line for immigration and nothing actually happened whatsoever. I don't know. Who the fuck knows? Hassan doesn't. Even though every single minute of your life is regulated when you're in an airport, you know when you landed. It's available on the Google thing. You know when you're leaving the airport, you've got records for Uber. You know when you're in an area with cell reception, you're texting people, letting people know you're late. You know, you have the full timeline. You know every single thing. You know every single part of this journey. You probably minute by minute if you check your phone, right? I could probably go through minute by minute of me in the airport with Nathan this morning because I know exactly what I was looking at when I was sitting there waiting in line. I could go through my DGG logs and say like, oh, I'm in the line waiting for this. Oh, we got to go through this, approval here. I got to wait at the gate. I got to do This is crazy to be like, I don't know, I have no idea. Don't know anything about this. No clue what happened here.
It's like Hassan Piker was only interviewed for 30 minutes. Okay, so what? I mean, they interviewed you like in the place where they take the...
What is this? So this first piece of tweet is completely wrong. No, this was revoked months before the incident. So his detainment was due to a revocation of a global entry based on protected speech. This is just, Piso is just saying this, asserting there's no evidence. He has no evidence that this is based on protected speech. He has no reason to believe this. And he was additionally stopped. Oh, he doesn't even know why the revocation of global entry happened. Piso has no idea. There's literally multiple things listed here. You have no clue whatsoever. You don't know why. And he was additionally stopped and questioned on that exact same rationale. And he also, Pisco doesn't know that. Pisco is literally just fabricating stuff here. This is really, 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 really bad. Oof, where's Rob Norat? This would be the exact debate that I would want to take up. Oh, man. It's viewpoint discrimination rationale for the stop and question, regardless of how you slice it. Yeah, there's literally zero destiny. Pisco is inferring this based on the admin's actions in other cases. Okay. One, I haven't heard of any case or anything having to do with a revocation of global entry because of a viewpoint thing. Two, we could dig through the cases that have happened, but for people being stopped and questioned, but it seems like there's always some extra thing happening. It's not just on their viewpoint. There's something else as well. Yeah, like based on this revocation and based on the fact that this was months ago, because because Hassan didn't attach a date, it's possible that this global entry thing was revoked when Biden was still in office. This could have happened before January 20th or whatever. This could have happened before Trump was even in office.
You think I'm crazy?
If his stop was based on a revocation, which is unlawful viewpoint discrimination, then the stop itself is grounded in unlawful viewpoint discrimination. What? No. Moreover, he wasn't just told to get in normie line, he was specifically questioned on similar topics. Okay, this is a super delusional take. I don't know if he just really dug in on this or...
Non-citizens.
Yeah, the point of contention...
The email said his status was revoked because they suspect he presented a risk for terrorism, criminality, etc. Did they? I thought there was a huge list of things that were here where it could have been. Reasons why an applicant may not qualify for participation include, but are not limited to, the applicant provides false or incomplete information. Oh wait, or maybe this is a broad list of things why. Or no, wait. I don't think, did it tell us exactly why? Reasons why an applicant may not qualify. And then it lists all of these things. We don't know why. Read above the bullet list. It says that you do not meet the guidelines for program participation. An individual is ineligible to participate in the Trusted Traveler program if CBP at its sole discretion determines that an individual presents a potential risk for terrorism, criminality, violating customs, agriculture, and/or immigration laws, or is otherwise not a low-risk traveler. This risk determination will be based in part on the applicant's ability to demonstrate past compliance with laws, regulations, and policies. Reasons why an applicant may not qualify for participation include, but are not limited to, the applicant provides false or incomplete information, the applicant has been arrested for or convicted of any criminal offense, or is denied firearms transactions, pending criminal charges, protection orders, or outstanding warrants in any country. The applicant has been found in violation of any customs, immigration, or agricultural regulations. Procedure. The application is the subject of investigation by any federal, state, or local law enforcement agency in any country. The applicant is inadmissible to the U.S. under applicable immigration laws, known for suspected of having engaged in conduct constituting in preparation for an aid of or related to terrorism. The applicant cannot satisfy CBP of his or her low-risk status. I don't think we know specifically why. Like, what I'm curious about, and because Hassan is like trickling out info here, I wonder if this was like a response to him being rejected because he didn't show up with his passport, and they denied it because of that. The applicant provides false or incomplete information on the application, maybe, but I don't know, because we don't have all the info here, but... Whatever. Could be for Hassan's DUI too. I wonder if they would reject it for a DUI. I'm sure they could, but I wonder if they actually would.
There isn't like the length of my interrogation. The point of contention there is the fact that they asked me about like what my loyalty is to Donald Trump, or
like no one asked you about your loyalty to Donald Trump, right? So it's crazy that he wants to downplay the time that he was hyperbolic on, and then he says, well, that doesn't matter. What actually matters is this other thing that now he's going to be hyperbolic on.
Yeah, people were trying to frame it like this is normal. Like this is something that happens to you, everyone when you internationally travel. No, when you internationally travel and they ask you questions, like they were comparing this to like, oh, you get asked when you give them your passport, and this is business or pleasure. They think it's the same fucking thing.
Yeah, no,
you were literally
not.
pulled aside for like an interview that they usually only give to like foreigners.
Yeah,
to ask you about basically whether you're a terrorist.
But also, what's funny about it is that like the Department of Homeland Security admitted that it happened. So I don't know why they're like still running this narrative that like this did not happen actually, because like the DHS openly was like it did happen, but it's routine. He's lying for likes for saying. He was
you want to know who did lie about something?
He talks about the time on leading up to revocation. Listen for about 30 seconds from here. Ugh, I don't care about this. Nothing's going to come from this. So,
was it revoked before Trump's inauguration? No, after. After. I got conditional approval before, way before Trump. I got conditional approval in 2024. I got a full-blown approval notification on after Donald Trump's inauguration on 2/6, and then the revocation on 3/5. And I didn't even know that it was revoked. And it's really interesting because when I entered the country through global entry...
Wait, I'm so confused. So he went from conditionally approved. That means you have to come back to the country, or you've got to go do an interview. But it got approved without him doing an interview? Or it wouldn't just randomly get approved. You have to do an interview at an airport. When I did it, you had to do an interview at the airport. But then he's saying that it got revoked after he did an interview, and then he said he didn't know that it got revoked, but I thought that the email that he posted was responding to a redress form. So how did he not know that it was revoked? What was the redress that he was asking for? Didn't it say that? Thank you for submitting your traveler inquiry form and identity documentation to the Department of Homeland Security Traveler Redress Inquiry Program. So what? Oh.
They didn't even actually tell me that I didn't have global entry.
Well, it sounds like they literally told you, or he's saying they didn't tell him at the airport. It sounds like they told him in an email.
At no point in that detention did they ever say I don't have global entry. When the Customs and Border Patrol, when the Department of Homeland Security released a statement, they didn't say, like, it was not even a consideration at all, which is very interesting. I think they let you reapply in a year. I don't think I'm going to reapply in a year. Now, global entry simply is...
I think he's just lying. I think he made some shit up because he knew we'd get a story on it. I should just make shit up for my stuff. But when the FBI was at my house a week ago, he point blank said, you know there is no freedom of speech right now on the internet. He said that to me. I was like, that's kind of a fucked up thing to say. But I get what he was saying. Just be careful when making death threats, I guess. But my story is more scary than this bullshit. What the fuck? They showed up at my house.
Hassan, XUC reacted to your take on the ICE protests. Just wanted to say you're 100% right. You weren't defending property damage. You were making a moral consistency argument. If people are mad about businesses getting hit.
This is so stupid. It's so cringe. Whatever. I don't care. Stop. I don't care about the story anymore.
I've seen this one too.
Fox News, she called me today. She said, we need to get out of LA. LA is burning. Aren't you scared? Meanwhile, this is what's going on in LA. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Keep in mind also, LA is a fucking huge place, guys. I actually can't draw LA, even though I kind of lived there for 3 years. But it's like it stretches everywhere, whatever. But it's like this is like LA, and the protests are like, I think they're like here, and people are like, LA is on fire. Ah! It's like when I was flying into Sweden with Melina, and I'm looking out the window, expecting to see the whole country engulfed in flame.
Thank you. I got snacks. Sometimes people look at me crazy when I say I live in downtown LA. They're like, aren't you scared to live there? Tell me you don't get it without telling me you don't get it. Show me a city that shows up to defend its citizens the way LA shows up to defend its citizens.
This is also true, I think. Like, this is true every place. I feel stupid repeating this shit. This is so obvious. Like, there's no such thing as a city in America that's unsafe. Truly. Right? And like, I've been to Baltimore, I've been to DC, I've been to Detroit, I've been to Chicago. These are huge cities. There might be some places that are unsafe at certain times of the day, maybe, especially depending on what you're doing. But it's not like you come out of the airport in Detroit and it's like, here's fucking slap on your vest, get your 45, and as soon as you leave the airport, it's like every man for himself. Like, these are huge places. I don't know.
Eyes out of LA! Police in LA are overwhelmed. We gotta send in the Marines. Send in the
Even the fucking liberals that are like not even in Los Angeles, and I know they're not in LA because they're going, why are the brown people waving Mexico flags? It's like, bro, have you seen Los Angeles? Like, what the f do you mean? Why are the Mexican Americans waving Mexico flags in resistance against a fucking very clear racist act by the federal government that is...
I guess I don't even bother fighting this because I don't care. It's whatever. But I don't like the conflation of Mexican with like Hispanics that are in America, that are American citizens. It feels weird. Like Mexican is a nationality. I don't know what that has to do with the race technically, although they're using it as a proxy for race. But I mean, which I guess you can, but I don't know. But whatever, I guess.
Is targeting brown people. Of course they're gonna wave Mexico flags. It's Los Angeles. What the f gives a shit? What do you mean? What the f do you mean? It's not called the Angels. It's called Los Angeles. This shit's so fucking annoying. Oh, they need to wave more American flags. It's like, yeah, really? Is that what's gonna do it for you? Because clearly the acts from the Trump administration was not enough for you to say unconditional support to these people. You know? You have to see American flags for your sensibilities to kick in? Get the fuck out of here. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is also unironically using that as a reason to be like, see, it's an invasion, it's a foreign invasion. It's like, dude, they're American, you f***ing idiot.
But what did you just say?
They're American citizens. They're waving their heritage. Your optics game. Holy shit. The f do you mean? What optics?
Marines, meanwhile, the police in LA. Pokemon Go playing motherfuckers got their McDonald's delivered.
Yeah.
Oh, finally. We got Katy Perry's take. You really don't think there are any truly dangerous cities in America? No. There is no such thing as a danger, like where the entire city is dangerous? No. That's not a real thing. People just exaggerate a little bit. I'm just saying this in the context of like you can say there are some cities that have like a higher per capita murder rate, or there are some cities with scary parts of it, which is true, that might be dangerous parts. Where there's no like whole city where it's like just perspective. Just saying perspective. Los Angeles, a place that literally began as El Pueblo de Nuestra Senora La Reina de Los Angeles de founded by Mexican settlers in 1781. This was once Mexican land, and the people being targeted today are often descendants of those who have lived here for generations. What are we talking about? What? What percentage of the Hispanic population in LA are like native there from the 1700s? Also, Mexican land from who? Who? Like, wasn't this was, these were other European countries that were expanding, right? Wasn't it like Spain and I don't know who the f else? Like, these are all settler projects. Yeah, when did Mexico as a country even begin? Mexico. Wikipedia, give me the birth date. Was Mexican land at one point? It was probably massively uninhabited land, but I think all of this land is kind of like traded around a little bit, or was conquered and unconquered, and then the U.S. kind of spread west. War of Independence in 1810. I don't know what it was called before then, though. Maybe it was like the big Mexican colony or something. Oh, I don't know. Are we gonna end up with like fucking our own Mexican refugee Palestinian problem in the U.S. where it's like, Jesus. The rightful owners of any land are the second most recent people to hold it. True.
Like there is nothing more American, and I mean this in a positive way, okay? Normally when I say something is American, it's a pejorative, but in this circumstance, there's nothing more American in the positive affirmation sense than being able to fucking wave the flag of the country of origin while you are here, okay? What are we talking about? What are we fucking talking about, dude? It's disgusting. If you take issue with foreign flags being flown at protests, go take that up with Israel, which is a fucking Nazi country doing an ethnic cleansing campaign.
Where did that come from? What? What does that have to do with any of this? What the fuck?
Mexico ain't doing all of that, all right? Where's the smoke for St. Patrick's Day parade, you know? Oh, well, or where's the smoke for the Ukrainian protests? Oh, that's right, they're white, so it doesn't matter. It's not the kind...
He does know that Russians are white as well, right? Like, there's white people on both sides of that, right?
The foreigner that we don't like in this country. To be fair, even with the Ukrainian one, people are starting to get agitated against that too because Donald Trump hates Ukraine too. It's so fucking stupid, but...
Oh, good that he 180'd on that, I guess, like 3 times.
You know, Italian flags at the Italian Day Parade. It's an invasion. It's an invasion. I'll die on this hill. We're never going to reach their sensibilities. As long as we need to raise the American flag so that the narrative can't be twisted in the media, which is what it's going to be.
Curious, what is the counter to people who argue that Ukraine joining the NATO is equivalent to the Cuban Missile Crisis? The counter argument is to make that the same. It would be like the Cuban Missile Crisis, except nuclear missiles were already in all of the other Caribbean island countries. We already have countries that border Russia. If we wanted to nuke Russia, we would just do it from fucking Estonia or whatever. Like this idea that we desperately need Ukraine to put nukes in, like they're called ICBMs. The intercontinental, it means they go far, fly far.
They do it every time. No, dude. What happens every time is squishy liberals such as yourself actually fucking fall into the same trap. You get dominated by the right-wing framing. You get dominated by the right-wing framing, and you actually lean on the sensibilities of a third party that you do not know exists out there, okay? The idea that there's a guy out there who's like, I don't really like that they're deporting people that are simply waiting for their paperwork to be processed, and I think that's an inherently violent act, but I can't get myself to be on board with these fucking protests until they wave the American flag, until they wave the flag of the state that's doing that.
I don't know how we could ever produce evidence of our claims, but it's funny that he says that. I feel like there's a huge group of people out there that are exactly like that. I feel like there's a huge group of people who are like, I would super love to throw a ton of moral weight and popular support behind some cause, but I don't want to get roped into having to defend Gaza and trans 4-year-olds and every other, deconstructing ESG, DEI, everything else. Like, I just want to be able to... Oh, somebody linked me something. I think I watched his off stream. And I feel like I understood something a little bit more. This. Okay, Jesus.
Huge amount of respect for anyone who goes to a protest, and especially the people who put their bodies on the line and physical safety on the line and their legal status on the line to be a part of a protest. But obviously there are smart and dumb ways to do it. We don't need to repeat that burning a Waymo is not smart, right? Just think to yourself, is Stephen Miller going to be delighted or unhappy about what I'm doing right now? And then, act accordingly. The one thing I just have noticed about protest movements, especially on the left over the last decade or so, is at some point it became an article of faith in progressive movements that every movement has to be about every one of a large bucket of issues. And I think it was a sort of a misunderstanding of the concept of intersectionality, which is a phrase that was coined in academic literature in the 80s about overlapping power structures that led to discrimination. But I think it's evolved to mean progressive organizations or movements think they have to talk about every one of a big bucket of issues because the issues are interconnected, even if the organization was founded to do one thing and not talk about another. And I think that is wrong. Like, I think if you need your movement to be focused on a specific outcome and designed to be as broad as possible to bring in as many people as possible. For example, the largest and most powerful movement to combat climate change should not force all the people who are a part of it to agree on Gaza. And the most effective movement to end the war in Gaza should include people on the left and like the isolationist right, like Thomas Massey, who agree on Gaza but disagree on climate change. And I think...
Are you referencing some of the Palestinian flags that we saw
like,
protest?
Like you just see different signage.
Like when I'm thinking of the signage and the flags, because I think I said this yesterday, I figured this out. Like, I'm actually not opposed to these flags being there. It's just what they represent. And all of these things are exclusionary instead of inclusionary. Inclusory? Are those words? I don't know if either of those words are real. But if you see a march and there are a bunch of flags, and it's like, let's say that you're doing a march for women's rights, and you see LGBT flags, you see pro-Palestine flags, and you see Mexican flags, right? In an ideal world, you see this and you think, holy shit, we have a huge coalition of people here. All of us seem to agree broadly on women's rights, and there's like solidarity being shown with all these other movements. But it's not to show solidarity. What would happen is if you show up to that women's march and there's a guy with an LGBT flag, there's a person with a Gaza flag, and there's a person with a Mexican flag, what that means is that every single fucking person at that march better be ready to go from the river to the sea to pronoun circles and calling women birthing people instead of women, and acknowledging that like ICE and ACAB and the police all need to be deconstructed. Like instead of it just being like, oh, look at all these other groups showing solidarity, it's like layers and layers of conditions that must be met in order to pass whatever you know, intersexually constructed purity test you know, this social group has decided to enforce on itself. And it's like, Jesus Christ. Like, I would just rather... So I think when I say, like, because I think it's like 3 days ago, I was like, none of these flags should be here. It's so cringe. It's not entirely accurate. I don't think there's anything wrong with those flags being there. And I think intuitively I was feeling it's like, if you want to bring a flag, fine, but bring an American flag too, just so you can show. Because I think that what that would signal to me at least is that, like, okay, there's other groups that have other issues, but they also support this one, and that's good. But every flag becomes like a new set of conditions that you have to pass.
And flags and representations of different issues pop up everywhere, and it just, I think people are probably doing it in good faith.
Read this Atlantic article. It talks about that in depth. Oh, the coming Democratic Civil War. I saw this, but then it was a 30-minute listen, so fuck that. Fuck that.
But it muddles the message, and it just gets plucked up by Fox News and right-wing organizations and coded as scary left. And like you said, like there's no controlling who attends a protest or what people say there, and we shouldn't pretend that we can try or act like we have to take ownership for over the comments from every asshole at a Democratic protest, because Republicans certainly don't own everything said at a MAGA rally. But it is frustrating.
Yeah, I think we can't control or do anything about, you know, random anarchists, morons causing violence and chaos. And, you know, we can plead with people to stop. When they get arrested for it, you say, yeah, of course they should be arrested if they're breaking the law, right?
Yep.
I think what happens is, like, if there isn't a...
Oh my God! I don't care. I don't even want credit for it, and I don't care. And I'm also, legitimately, they just might be figuring this out themselves, which is fine. I'm totally okay with it. I feel like he's about to stumble into the take a head out. Oh my God, this is something I've realized so long ago. Because I'm like, why is everybody arguing about fucking trans 4-year-olds? Like, nobody supports this shit. The issue isn't how many people support it. The issue is how many people are willing to defend it and how many people are willing to disavow it. And those two things become a proxy for support. The issue isn't somebody saying, I have a 4-year-old trans kid. That's like nobody. The issue is all the Democrats that come out of the woodwork and are like, well, I mean, if they say that they're trans and 4, I mean, me, what am I going to do? Be anti-trans? I guess, like, maybe. And now all of a sudden you've got like 10 million people defending this like once-in-a-lifetime phenomenon of the 4-year-old trans kid. Like, what the fuck, guys? Come on, what are we doing? Why we're seriously getting baited into this? Like, stop. Call him a fucking retard and move on. It's that easy. Or take a fall guy. I'll be the Democrat fall guy. I'll call him retarded and we can all move on. Jesus. But in before he says something completely different. In before he says the exact opposite of what I just said.
Causing violence and chaos. And, you know, we can plead with people to stop. When they get arrested for it, you say, yeah, of course they should be arrested if they're breaking the law, right? I think what happens is, like, if there isn't a big, loud, organized, peaceful protest movement that is explicitly committed to nonviolence as not just a political strategy, but a moral imperative.
Oh, okay. He took the parallel track. Not saying that we have to necessarily disavow those people, but there has to be like an ultra visible, like, this is true. There needs to be like an ultra visible, this is the organizer, the person, this is the march, and then this is like spitting out like a ton of positive propaganda, pictures of videos of everything else. And these things do exist. They're just not it's not organized, or it doesn't feel that way at least. But maybe I haven't engaged with it enough. Maybe it is more organized and I realize I just don't see it as much.
The vacuum is filled with what the right and Trump and all those people want to say the protests are about, and the more violent, chaotic protesters. And so part of this speaks for need for like us to, and you know, everyone's been trying to build an opposition since Trump came back into power of like a real organized, peaceful protest movement. Kind of, I mean, and you saw that today, like, when you went down there, and we've seen that in other parts of the country, like throughout the last couple of months. It's starting to build, but this just, I think, highlights the need for it, because it's really hard to break through with a peace.
How do you start to convince progressives that pragmatism is more politically effective? For true progressives, it's very easy to convince them. You just point to harmed communities and you say we should do things to benefit these communities. The issue that you're having is people are still viewing us as being on a political, on a two-dimensional political axis, and we're not. Well, one-dimensional. Sorry, a line. Where you have in the middle, you have centrists. On the right, you have Republicans, and on the far right you've got MAGA, and further right you've got Nazis. And then on the left you've got your center-left libs, then Democrats, then progressives, and then tankies or whatever. That's not true. The people who are furthest on these axes, on this axis, they're not liberals. They don't believe in liberalism. They don't believe in things like it's so funny. Hassan was like, one of the most important things that America has is freedom of speech. But you heard him talk to Ethan when Ethan asked him, what would you do if people wanted to be capitalists in your society? He would throw them in re-education prisons and force them to be ideologically homogenous with the ML society, right? So like liberal, anti-liberal people don't belong on the same graph. They're not charted the same. It's one of the reasons why also sometimes although this hasn't happened as much recently, but sometimes the MAGA analysis fails. MAGA is not just a further right version of the neocon stuff. Trump is not a traditional Republican in any sense of the word, and he doesn't go further than Republicans on things. He veers off into a different axis. He veers off into the authoritarian world or into the anti-liberal world, which is where the tankies and the MLs and the commies and the socialists all veer off there as well. You don't need those people as allies. Give somebody to rally around who's like a strong center-left figure. You have a strong base there. You just have to give them something to organize around and fight for.
Peaceful, organized protest, because
I have stage 7 brain cancer today, then arrive home to find out I'm banned. Well, thanks, test. Why are you banned?
This just, I think, highlights the need for it, because it's really hard to break through with a peaceful, organized protest because it's not as exciting to cover, right? Yep. And the right certainly doesn't want to cover it, and Donald Trump doesn't want to acknowledge it, and neither does Stephen Miller or any of those people. Yep. But that just means that it has to be even bigger and even louder, and it has to, again...
Well, but the issue, too, the reason why there's no coverage is because lefties don't want to cover it. Nobody in the alternative media sphere, I think, it doesn't feel like there's much excitement out there to even cover those things, right? Like, who would amplify it? I need other big names, I guess. Who are other big names in this space, in the far lefty space? Because obviously Hassan wants to amplify the violent types. That's who I see in my world. I don't browse TikTok as much. What are the other? AOC? AOC is disavowed by these people at this point. I don't know if I would call her a far left.
I'm very...
Oh, we listened to this already yesterday.
You have to repeat over and over again that nonviolence is the strategy here, right? Because you're right that the civil rights movement, a lot of that was not very popular when it was happening. But by the time you get to Selma, and there was incredible violence visited upon the protesters at Selma, but because they believed in nonviolence as a strategy, they did not fight back. Polls taken right after Selma showed people overwhelmingly, including white people, a plurality of white people, on the side of the protesters at Selma, not on the side, and that's what actually turned it. Now,
yeah, keep in mind, there's a lot of young white people today, and I guess some radical black people who try to argue that the only reason civil rights worked was because of violence. So they've rewritten history to suit their narrative as well. But
that took a long time, but it requires a level of discipline that I think we have not had to maintain yet.
Well, I think part of it too is the answer, right, is, you think that these protests need to be bigger and they need to have a more clear, nonviolent message, and that needs to be obvious that it represents the vast majority of people participating. You're not going to get that by posting about it or beseeching people online. You got to show up. And the protest I was at today, far bigger than any of the more violent demonstrations. It was a bunch of different people. And also, by the way, the message was very clear. It was about freeing a man who represented the kind of overreach of the Trump administration, was demonstrating in the raids it conducted over the weekend and in the arrest and the deploying of the National Guard and now the Marines. But the way...
Was it about somebody local to LA, or was it Abrego Garcia, or?
We show that this movement is largely peaceful, nonviolent, with specific goals and aims, is for everyone to come be a part of it and show just by numbers. And so what I hope comes over the next, this is what we're seeing right now is, I think, the first phase of how we kind of respond to Trump. It is a mix of protests as awareness raising, as demonstrating power and community, and also about specific practical actions to slow or stop the administration and what it's trying to do. And we just have to keep building that muscle. I think the unions are going to be central to this. I think it's really powerful when you see people just saying stop arresting workers when it's about people's jobs, whether they're undocumented or not, whether they're in the union or not. So these are not criminals, these are neighbors, these are people just showing up to get work. I think that's really powerful. It's powerful when the leader of the building trade spoke out on behalf of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And I think we got to figure out how to let those unions and those moments kind of become a nexus where more and more people feel obligated to show up and participate.
Yeah, and know what you're getting yourself into, right? One challenge with these immigration raids, and this is different than shipping people off to CCOT without a trial, is the president has broad authority to detain and ultimately deport people who are undocumented. And you also can get arrested if you impede federal law enforcement, including ICE agents, from carrying out their operation. And this is how they're getting people. This is what they're charging David Huerta with, some other people. So you stand in front of a building that ICE is trying to raid, you're going to get arrested for that, and they do have the authority to do that. So, there's peaceful protests. There's a whole good reason for them to be peaceful, but unless you want to be arrested because it's civil disobedience, you should.
Which is fine. I think that's a form of, I don't know if you would call that violence, but I think that's a totally acceptable form of protesting. You probably are going to get arrested. I mean, that's part of the protest, right?
Know what you're getting into.
The other part of it too is, if you go back to the protest of the Iraq War in 2003, there are a whole range of messages, I'm sure some of which would have been seen as incredibly unpopular. You're at a protest today, it's a mix of people saying, uphold the Constitution, abolish ICE, get ICE out of LA, whatever it's just going to be a wide range of messages, some good, some, less polling, whatever the fuck. But what you really need is for the leaders and organizations all to kind of have a clear set of goals that they're kind of rallying around, and that becomes the kind of middle of the message.
Do you think Glendale canceling the contract with ICE has something to do with the Waymo cars getting burned? I don't know why that's even a big deal. When I was in Glendale, I was like, isn't that city 70% Armenians? Are there even illegal immigrants in Glendale? It's just, I feel like it's a super nice city. I don't know, but it's been a while.
And there are people on other sides of it saying all kinds of stuff, but there needs to be a clear kind of tentpole goal.
That's the more important conversation to be having on social media and through the press, because it is both frustrating and sort of funny that people who are listening to us right now,
I feel like 90% of the protesters just want clout or some shit. That's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. We just have to align the clout with the political action, with the political goal. Like, if the goal is we're having a largely peaceful protest, or it can even be like a civil disobedience protest to block some ice skate or whatever, and you want to
As you may already know, the Nintendo Switch 2 allows you to use Joy-Con 1s and the Pro Controller 1 on the new hardware, but check this out. You can actually mix and match Joy-Cons if you want. I don't know why you would. Kind of feels weird to use, but hey, it works. As you may already know.
Look at that bastard. Oi! My cat is typing! My cat wants to flame! Okay, that was massive, dude. Cat was trying to type. Oh dear, Genkin! Run! Look at that bastard. Oi! My cat is typing! My cat wants to flame!
If you bought a Switch 2 and already transferred your data from your original Switch, don't wait too long to sell this. Think about it, you go to a game store and they have the Switch or the Switch 2, which one are you going to buy? You're probably going to get the latest one. And while it's still a great console, the Switch 2 can play all the Switch 1 games, so the demand is going to go way down. Sell this now while you can. If you bought a Switch 2 and already transferred your data from your original Switch, don't wait too long to sell this. Think about it, you go to a game store and they have the Switch or the Switch 2, which one are you going to buy? You're probably going to get the latest one. And while it's still a great console, the Switch 2 can play all the Switch 1 games, so the demand is going to go way down. Sell this now while you can. If you bought a Switch 2 and already transferred your data from your original Switch, don't wait too long to sell this. Think about it, you go to a game store.
Prepare-se, a festa vai começar. Prepare-se, a festa vai começar. Prepare-se, a festa vai começar. Prepare-se, a festa vai.
Boy, you turn me inside out and round and round. Upside down. Boy, you turn me inside out and round. Upside down.
Volleyball anime? I don't give a shit about volleyball.
And the center.
Wanna taste it, Rita? You love sampling barbecue sauce meat. Wanna taste it, Rita? You love sampling barbecue sauce meat. Wanna taste it, Rita?
Is this guy the biggest clown on the planet or what?
Want to be part of that protest, and again, you've got like clear, actionable things. ICE needs to leave California, the National Guard needs to disband, or Trump needs to give it back to Newsom, or whatever. Like, if you want to go and show up for clout and take pictures, fine. Who the f cares? That's fine. I think having the interests aligned there is perfectly a-okay. If you were to have like a Mr. Beast, selfie event where you had to show up in Seattle and like in order to get a selfie with Mr. Beast, you have to prove that you gave like $50 to a homeless guy. Who the fuck cares? I don't think the homeless guy gives a f if he gets $50 or not. Like. It's okay if like the interests are aligned. Like that's good clout. Like, what are you even saying at that point? What is clout? Clout is saying I want like attention for something. Like, okay, well, if we can find like a good thing for you to get attention for, I think that's great. That's fine. Yeah, that's good clout. You want people to have that kind of clout.
people who are reading pieces in the Atlantic and the New York Times on social media, they're probably not the people who are lighting the Waymos on fire. Right. So when everyone's giving warnings to like, we must be peaceful and don't do this, it's like, yeah, everyone you're talking to is good. And the people who are lighting the Waymos on fire probably aren't like looking through the Atlantic at the latest piece about how we're giving Trump everything he wants.
Have you heard in the Daily? Put that Molotov cocktail away.
Apple bomb stands, I think.
Also, by the way, like, there's all this like, oh, wave the American, people on Twitter saying wave the American flag, don't wave the Mexican flag. It's like, fine. But like, you're at these protests, there's a whole bunch of flags. They're American flags, they're Mexican flags. And like, it is like, people could be proud of being Mexican and want America to be a great place that it is their home. It's like, it's all a little bit like.
But again, it's like, I see that on Twitter, people are like, oh, the Mexican. I'm like, what do you want Democrats to do about it? You want to go to the protest, rip the Mexican flags out of people's hands and stick it in America? Like, we can't organize. Like, what are you talking about?
You can be proud to be Mexican in America.
Yeah,
you can be proud to be Jewish. You can be proud to be whatever you want to be.
All right, Irish people in Boston.
Yeah. Today's presenting sponsor is Simply Safe Homes.
I mean, that's true. Just bring more American flags as well. Maybe they're a lot out there in other parts and I'm just not seeing it.
What is this? End of an era, reflecting the last 2 years in Korea and a new chapter. TLDR at the bottom. Spent 2 tough but meaningful years in Korea chasing my league career, while improve a lot and gain love you being far from home took a toll on my mental health. I'll be moving back to NA to stream and give pro play one last shot. If I'm not where I want to be in a year, I'll go back to school and start a new path. Experienced my first heartbreak? Is he talking about love or something here?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I'll be moving back to NA to stream full time while primarily focusing on trying to re-enter pro play. Sadly, it's clear that League is on the decline and so is the viability of pursuing it as a long-term career. Before dropping out to T1, I was a 4.0 GPA top of class student, math being my best subject. And after doing the math of my life, it feels like time is running out on me for me to keep going all in on League as the objectively best option like it was 2 years ago. That being said, I'm still very confident in my ability and I've always been more passionate about competition. The saying goes, a goal without a deadline is just a dream, so I'm giving myself 1 more year. 1 year to see how far I can go if I truly put everything into it with no regrets. And if a year from now I'm not where I want to be, I'll step away, go back to school and start a new path, carrying everything I've learned along the way. There's a couple of things that come to my mind. Like, first of all, yes. So first of all, like, a lot of young, or not even young, a lot of like good players or whatever that are from NA, especially from NA, have this very tough decision in front of them, which years ago you didn't have, and it's the fact that being a pro player from NA fucking sucks, because it's so that over there. Like, it's so that you have the worst solo queue, the way the orgs are, the way the teams are, the way like viewership and everything went down over these last few years. Even the co-streamers, there's like no big co-streamer in NA. There's nothing. Like, NA is really rough. Like, even this subject aside, I don't even know what Riot is gonna do, because this year they tried to merge, they killed the LCS brand, they tried to merge the LCS with like Brazil or whatever, and that shit fucking backfired. They did a lot of changes where like they're playing the live patch always and this and that, and I think they have a lot of good content. Like, I saw like this like pro series that they have on YouTube and stuff. They have like the casters and stuff. Like, I think they still have like a lot of good things going for them. It's just like, I don't know, viewership is just not there. Like, I guess people in America are not playing League anymore, especially like the young kids. So like the whole player base is aging constantly. So it's really rough. But yeah, going back to this subject, like, it's really tough, because if you're a really good player, what are your options, right? What are your options? Like, do you try to go pro in NA? First of all, it's mega gamble, because you usually have to go through academy system for a year or two, and then you need to promote the main team, and then like you constantly need to prove yourself. Then it's also like a huge part is playing, like luck plays a huge part here, because maybe you go to the academy team where people are just like fucking boosted, the managers or whatever, and they don't like actually realize how good you are or whatever, and or maybe you're just grieved by insanely bad teams, or it's just such a big problem. Then it's also like, you know, like salary wise, right? Like, are you even getting a good salary being a professional player? Like, if you're the best player in League objectively, but you have no brand, or you're just a rookie, you're gonna get fucking scammed. Salary wise, it's also not even worth being a pro player, realistically speaking, if you're an NA. But then your option is also like, do you try to get picked up by EU team? Because this is what a lot of players try to do, especially Koreans, right? The Koreans who are pretty good, but not good enough to promote to LCK, or they have to like coast in LCK academy teams all the time. They just go to EU. There's so many players in EU and ERLs because it's just very easy for like Korean players to stomp EU in a way. We had players like with the Vitality jungler, whatever his name was, Bo. We had like Noah, for example, that's now in LEC and stuff like that. Like, and there's even like in LFL, there's like Koreans in every single team, or like Turkish teams have a lot of Koreans on their rosters. So everything is just filled with that as well. So your option could be like going EU, but then again, there's no like if you go to EU again, you're gonna have to like grind like crazy, and you're gonna have to go through the academy system the same way, right? So then you have to make very smart decisions, and again, luck plays a huge part of it, right? Luck plays a huge part of it, because like 1v9 potential in League is still there, but it's like not nearly as good as it was years ago. For example, when I was like trying to go pro, right? I joined Mad Lions as my first team, but it was obviously a very thoughtful decision back then, because I knew that the roster is good enough that I can do something on it, right? But like, for example, I remember back then I had a roster, I had an offer from a roster that basically had 3 randoms and Razork, and I think that was like my second option back then. And I knew Razork was like gonna become a good player, good enough where I can do something with him. But then I decided like, wait, Mad Lion is just basically better. So you have to like make smart decisions like that. But the thing is, like, when it comes to these ERL rosters, back in the day I felt like players had a lot more say in building these rosters. But now there's like, how do you know that you're gonna get a good roster? Because everything is just run by the org or like the manager or whatever, and the amount of say you have is pretty much zero unless you're a very proven player. Like, yeah. Like the org can literally, like you can literally join a roster, do really well, then the roster breaks up, and then the org just ints you, and you're still under the contract, right? Like you can literally get contract jailed and stuff like that. These are like such difficult decisions you have to make as pro, and you make one misstep, or sometimes you just don't have a choice. So like it's because it's so luck based, or it's like so connection based. So I'm just thinking like from Griffin's POV, what is his option even? Right, but he went for the like a different option. So he had like a very unique opportunity to join T1 Academy, which most Western players will never get an opportunity to. So he went to T1 Academy, but it didn't really result into anything. So like basically, from my understanding of thinking about this for the last couple of years, it kinda seems like going to an academy in Korea is absolutely useless. I actually think it does no good. Like, just thinking about the players that went there and what happened with the players playing there. Because we had Griffin and Reckless, and I just think in both cases, I mean, okay, in Reckless' case it's a bit different, but in Griffin's case specifically, it doesn't actually translate anything out of being there. Besides you just being a better player. But if you go there mainly for like solo queue and stuff, which is also fine. Again, there's other risks that come with it, which is mental health, as he's talking about. You're away from your family. Playing Korean solo queue is insanely mentally draining, and like the way Korean culture is, you have to like basically be perma-grinding, have no social life, no life whatsoever outside of League. So that's like, most players will already crumble at that. Like the fact that he was able to make this is already impressive, because like I would be willing to bet 99% of pro players will just crumble. They will not be able to go through Korean academy system. It takes special type of player to be able to survive that. The problem in his case, in my opinion, is that he was there for 2 years, which is just too long. Like, you can max go 1 year. You can never go 2 years. You can never go 2 years, because if people are not gonna pick you up after 1 year, they will not pick you up after 2 years. There will be no opinions being changed, or nothing will be changed after that. So like at max, if you go to Korea on an academy system, you can at max go 1 year. It can never be 2. IMO. Especially if you're not gonna promote to main roster from Korea, which obviously Griffin will not, because it's T1, right? Like, If he would be on a 10th team, LCK team, maybe there would be a chance, but it's D1. Yeah, so what do you do, basically? Okay, so what do you do as Griffin? What do you do? So you went to Korea for 2 years. It doesn't really seem like the public opinion of high elo / professional teams, especially in North America, give a single shit about him. Maybe they do, maybe I'm being delusional here, but I feel like, I mean, again, I don't know, but I feel like by now people should have already reached out to him, right? If they did. Again, I don't know if they did. I just have a feeling they didn't, but I have no idea. So what do you do now? You go back to NA and you start grinding solo queue for 1 year, and then you hope, and then you're probably gonna have to go through academy system. It's just the same dog shit again, which he probably should have just started 2 years ago instead of going to Korea in a way, right? Man, it's so tough to be a pro player. It's so tough actually to become a pro player, I meant. Especially if you're very talented, because he is. It's very tough. I don't even know what I would do myself. I mean, myself, I would rather be a content creator over pro player any day of the week. The way things are right now, like, pro player is just a way worse path than being a content creator. We've had players in NA that were kind of young and had shown some potential in a way. Like Revenge, for example, from NA, right? Like, maybe people meme about him, but the reality is that he was still kind of like a prospect for North America, and he wasn't like ultra terrible than a lot of other pickups that happened in LCS. And he was like a pro player for like a year or two, and then he just quit, and now he's like doing other shit, being a doctor, whatever the fuck. There's so many players like that. Like, NA is just not getting any new players almost whatsoever, no? What was the last time there was like a new hyped up prospect in NA that did well? The last thing that comes to my mind is Maso from FlyQuest. That is literally one player, or maybe Sniper from 100 Thieves, but that one was more well known. That's like 2 players out of like, in like, how many years, you know what I mean? Like, it's just bad. They actually have so little talent over there, and even when they do have talent, it's often just not picked up because of incompetence.
That's great, and they're beautiful. Once you can see the small little things, like, just for one example, like the quality of a player's like spacing and their ability to like pressure last hits has changed massively over the last couple of years, and you can really see that beautiful detail that has emerged because we're not hopping between random meta to random meta, so you can actually hyper focus on the specific.
100%.
An ally has been slain.
There are a couple of ways League can change your thought process, though, that are a little bit positive, in my opinion. Like, recently, I was working with a game development team as a sort of creator consultant, and I was having a discussion with the whole team about an idea that was floating around. The higher-ups at this team wanted to reach out to content creators, YouTubers and streamers, and get them involved in the creative process of this development. And one of the people specifically said, we just have such a cool idea here that the instant creators see this, they're going to want to come on board. I mean, why would they not want to join this opportunity? At which point I kind of stepped in and said, well, you have to think that, you know, I'm a creator, and every day I'm getting 10 emails or more on some developer who wants to pitch me some idea, or some sponsor that wants to contact me for promotion in a video. As a creator, when you're sent all these emails over and over, it is very easy to just start ignoring them. Just assume they're all probably AI generated anyway, and no one's even going to notice if you don't respond. Creators need something unique that they're going to see that's actually going to catch their attention, because in many ways, to be a YouTuber, you have to be a little bit of a narcissist. It takes a certain level of self-confidence or self-delusion to think, I am such a genius who has such wonderful things to say that I'm going to just record myself speaking to a camera, and hundreds of thousands of people are going to listen because that's how great I am. You have to be that confident to not only start a YouTube channel, but even more so because when comments then come in saying, actually, you're an idiot, this is no value whatsoever, you should quit making videos and just leave the earth, you have to have the confidence to say, yeah, I know better than you what you should watch for entertainment. And muted. I am not naturally that narcissistic of a person. I certainly wasn't when I was a little kid. I was much more shy and introverted and not super self-confident whatsoever. It was only when I first started playing League of Legends and playing League, you naturally have to be a bit narcissistic going through the experience of this game as well, because the same process comes up. You're playing the game, people are yelling at you for why you don't deserve to be alive. You're doing this wrong, you're building that wrong, you shouldn't even be bothering with this champion. You need to have the self-confidence to say, yeah, you guys don't know what you're talking about. I'm better than all of you, and
that's so important. Like, I love, we say this all the time, Kurt. It's like the willingness to piss the people off in your game, on your team, and just do what you think is right is such an important skill. And yeah, low confidence players who don't do that and just follow what their team does and get sucked into bad plays and compensate, it's terrible. And I totally agree with them that League of Legends can be used as a vessel to kind of teach you that self-confidence and the value of it and having like a positive ego, which is really important. Like all the pro players that we've worked with ever, positive egos, a lot of the good ones, right?
Yeah, I mean, is narcissism the word? Isn't it? Like, is a self-confidence, belief?
Well, narcissism when it goes in the negative direction, right?
Not always. It's up to interpretation. Like the story of Narcissus is about like self-love, right? It's about I can't remember if it was a god or someone who looked so much at their own reflection that they just lost sight of the rest of the world, right? So it's like it is about ego, but self-confidence is the positive interpretation of narcissism, and like negative ego would be the negative.
Yeah, like we talk a lot about in the podcast, Curtis. It's about the confidence in the process blocks out that. I'm trying to...
It's confidence in your ability
confidence
to
in
learn.
The ability to learn,
Yeah.
exactly right. It's not where you are now. Yeah, maybe I'm not the best player now, but I'm confident in my ability to learn the game, which allows me to block out all the noise and, and mute all that sort of
I
stuff.
actually think at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, this is the single most important thing about what we do. Right? And why I think, at the end of the day, right, we're talking about League of Legends. Something that motivates us to make this podcast and yap about League of Legends and coach people and encourage people to play solo queue is that it can have a positive impact on their life, but specifically to be able to develop a growth mindset and learn how to solve complex problems and develop confidence through that process. That's actually at the crux
That's what
of
we're
this
doing.
entire fucking operation is that singular idea.
Improvement is possible.
Improvement is possible. And
League of Legends is a great vehicle for that.
It's a vehicle for that, exactly.
Just
right.
like any sport, It's
exactly right.
Effort equals results.
And for some people, they don't want to go out and play basketball or Nathan's tennis or anything like that. They want to play League of Legends, and that's what they want to do. And exactly right. Like he's hit the nail on the head. I think League is a great vessel for developing self-confidence.
Yeah.
And because you're forced to figure shit out, and then either you go one or two ways. You're like, okay, well, what I'm doing is not working. And then that can cascade in a negative way, and you have a toxic relationship with the game, and the game will humble you. It will make it abundantly obvious to you that the way you're doing it is not working. It's unsustainable. You're lower confidence. You'll perform worse. You'll go very quickly down a very negative spiral. But conversely, the positive spiral is incredibly rewarding.
And we've had amazing people writing to the podcast.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of people over the years of this podcast saying how much League changed their life, and our mindset applying to the game was fantastic for them outside of their life from League, which is crazy, and a lot of people just don't think that's possible. But that's what the message we're trying to do with this podcast.
Yeah, it definitely runs counter narrative to what a lot of people think, right? People think that League of Legends ruins your life, but League of Legends can actually enhance your life.
And it can. And I think something you said at the very beginning, Charlie, the whole idea that it's like League of Legends, it has the capacity to add positive value to your life, add value to your life. It has the capacity to be a massive detriment in your life. It's up to the user.
With great power comes great responsibility. If you play League of Legends, you have to do it right, or else it will fuck you up.
Yeah, no, totally. It's exactly right. It's like a tool. It's a very dangerous tool. It's like you don't go into the shed without supervision when you're a young age.
Yep.
You chop your hand off. It's exactly like with League. You got to have ideally your friends supervise you. You get a bit of support, and you develop a healthy relationship and the skill to use League properly.
If you want supervision, join in the academy. we can take you into the woodshed. We can hold your hand. We'll get you some safety gloves, some goggles. We'll hold you where you can go use the big power saw of the review process, and we'll go from there.
Love the analogy, Sheldon. Genius analogy. We can start using that. The woodshed. That's what the We Teach League academies are. The woodshed.
The woodshed
with supervision.
Muted. I think the only reason I'm a YouTuber is because League trained me to be a very self-confident person to the point of delusion. I am my favorite person. Actually, no, I shouldn't say that. My wife and child are my 2 favorite people in the world, but beyond that, I am my favorite person. I am a genius. I create artistic masterpieces here on my channel. It might sound a little bit silly if you're someone familiar with League. You'll be like, yeah, of course you have to ignore your teammates when they flame you. What are you talking about? But the more I step into the real world, the more I realize people don't naturally think that way. Actual human beings are very concerned about what their boss thinks of them at work, or whether they're going to get this promotion, or whether they'll succeed if they change career fields, how this relationship's going. League is the one thing in my life that gave me self-confidence to a degree that might even...
I love a lot of his messages in this video, but there's one thing that I really dislike is the whole idea of like real human beings.
Yeah.
It's such got a negative connotation.
It's like if
am I
you play
not a
League, you're an animal.
You're not a real human being.
Like
you're
a cretin.
You're a cretin or whatever.
Creature.
And it's just like and you got to remember, it's like he's using these examples of like a real human being is worrying about what their boss thinks of them and whatever. It's like you can't.
Everyone who plays League does other shit, right?
Yeah.
Like most people don't just sit there and play 18 hours a day. They have jobs, they have families, they have things going on.
Exactly right. I mean, like we work with people on a day-to-day basis that like full-time jobs, multiple kids, they're successful in their real life, and League is their competitive outlet.
Yes.
And just because they play League doesn't mean they're a real human being. That's just something they're passionate about, and that's the key here. People play League as a passion, not as a job, right? And League is a passion at the end of the day. And if you speak to anyone that is passionate about anything, whether they're passionate about film or music or weightlifting, or Nathan's tennis buddies at the local court,
Brother, just to know, I just don't play tennis or watch tennis. I just use that analogy in this podcast for whatever reason, and I'm going to stop, and that's the end of that.
Please do. You've been bullied.
But if you speak to, the point is that I'm trying to make is that if you speak to anyone that's passionate, they are going to be, potentially egotistical, or they might be very emotional, or these other messy human traits come into play a lot more when we're talking about something that you give a shit with. Is my point. And people do have a lot of confidence in things that they spent a lot of time doing.
And also, again, where I feel like the miss is with this video is, it keeps comparing real life to like a competition or a competitive game. You can't do that comparison because what the feedback loop is way quicker in League, and talking about the constraints that we're playing within than all those real life examples he's talked about. The anxious, thinking about the job, or you don't have any confidence because there's so many other extra variables outside in the world that could affect you. In League, the only variables is the constraints. That's what, again, the beauty of the game, and why people love competition in games, why humans will always compete, and they'll create their own game and compete, because the real world is just, chaotic, confusing. Let's just get ourselves together, work together, and solve the problems together. That's the beauty of League.
You're removing so many variables by playing a game, aren't you?
Yes.
Because in the real world,
There's too much to think about.
Yeah.
People just want to say, fuck that.
Games are a
Distract myself with
microcosm.
this game.
It's like a little thing that I can control and be a part of. Exactly right. 100% spot on. That's why in all cultures across the world, whether in China and you got mahjong, or in Europe you have backgammon and all these. It's like everywhere there's a game that's competitive. And I can promise you, my partner is Chinese, and when I went to China, they're like, you've got these old ladies and they are competitive. I was getting backseat game playing mahjong, and they were ripping into me. You would think that this sort of toxic comments and all this shit,
You need to leave.
this is from 65, 70-year-old grandmothers, you know what I mean? It's everywhere in every culture at every age.
Yeah.
We just don't see it. You just don't see it. You're not there.
Yeah, League players, we're like in this weird world. Because a lot of League players, especially serious people watching this video, this podcast, most people are just playing League. And then, so we're very... We don't know what's going on.
We don't know. I don't. It's not like Nathan's down at the tennis club every second week talking with his tennis buddy. He doesn't know what's going on there. Well, we don't know what it's like at the local chess club. We don't know what it's like at the boxing gym. We're not in those environments. Yeah. But we can only assume that if we know there are competitive areas. I mean, I mentioned many times my friend's basketball competition and how crazy that environment was. That was a local basketball, state competition, whatever the hell it was. And there was people yelling and getting. I would argue that it was way more toxic.
But they're humans, Curtis. League of Legends players aren't humans.
Exactly right. So that's my point. That's where the argument breaks down.
Yeah. I'll give him a grain of salt. Like, I don't think he means that maliciously. I think he is just trying to differentiate between online and offline. Yeah. But yeah, the language isn't accurate for sure. There's a human behind the keyboard every time.
Even be unhealthy, but boy, it has also been maybe more of a positive change in terms of how it broke my mind. Lastly, if there has been one single way that League has changed me and the way that I think over the years, it has been the way that I criticize myself, which is something that you guys have actually said is a little bit annoying. Oftentimes when I talk about my career on YouTube, or when I talk about, what kind of video I should be making next, I often focus on the negatives. I focus on how I'm not a very good editor, or how I'm not a very good writer who always repeats himself. I talk about how I don't have fancy cinematography, or I don't have a high budget for my YouTube videos. I often just sit around in nature and talk to a camera with very loosely scripted ideas. I minimize the successes that I have, and more often than not bring up failures as an opportunity to learn, because I kind of think that's more relatable. It's more relatable to hear someone talk about the difficulties that they faced and how they've overcome adversity, rather than talk about how everything went nice for them all the time. But you guys have said before how it can actually be a little annoying how hard I am on myself. I'm constantly bringing up flaws and things I should improve, where you, a viewer, you're sitting around thinking, I don't know, I like your videos, you don't gotta be so hard on yourself. But that is the last thing that League of Legends taught me, changing how I think. It taught me how to sit down and look at what I just did, find the faults in what went wrong, and sniff out opportunities to improve. To make mistakes is to have opportunity for improvement, and I have become incredibly good at looking at what I've done and finding all the little faults that I can get better at next time. That's certainly not a skill that you learn through school or through normal avenues in life. I mean, it can be a little bit depressing how much League players have to go and constantly look at how bad you are at this element of the game or that element, or how you missed this CS and that CS. To play League of Legends, even if you're the best player in the world, you're losing 40% of your solo queue games. You are constantly being met with failure and needing to look back on what you did wrong, what you can do better. It definitely can feel almost depressing to always ignore the good stuff and just focus on the bad, but that is how you get better at things. League taught me that's how I got better at League of Legends, how I climbed from being below bronze rated in season 1 all the way up to diamond. And I feel like, if anything, the League has given me a lot of opportunity in life, because that's how you get good at anything. Playing League for 10 years of my life has been an interesting experience, and I won't say that every way that it's changed my brain chemistry has been for the better, but I can't help but feel, for all the positives and negatives, I don't know if I would have found the successes I did in life without it.
Yeah, I mean, growth mindset at the end of the day. I want to share something. I heard a quote recently. I might butcher it, but it's like, I would rather lose and know why than succeed and not know why.
Ooh.
And I think that's really, that wasn't even from League of Legends, that was some other content, but like,
very relatable to League.
Very relatable to League, and that is the message that League teaches you, is you need to really understand what happened. And that search for reasoning and meaning and kind of figuring out, just getting into the details, as you say, right? Like, that's the key to improving. I don't think you have to focus on the negatives. You can definitely learn from positives, which I think is something he's kind of missed the mark on there. Like, you can definitely learn to replicate what went well, and that's a huge part of improving at League that he's probably doing subconsciously. But yeah, understanding losses is so important. Being at peace with losing and understanding why. Very, very, very important. But if you guys have nothing else to say, like, 100%, like, you can learn that stuff from other places in life, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, that definitely exists in the real world, and that is, again, I say the real world, that exists elsewhere in the world, and
with real human beings.
With real human beings. Of course, that's how you get better at anything. League of Legends can speedrun that process by exposing your failures because of the fast turnaround time of wins and stuff.
Small feedback loop.
Exactly right. But yeah, you can't get better at anything without critiquing yourself.
Yeah, I think that G-Bay, he seems like he's someone who was very, very deep in League, right? You can tell that he was like in school, and then did like league, and then did content, and that became his world, right? That was the cornerstone of his life, right? It's pretty plain to see, and he developed confidence and real life successes through that. And you can kind of see where I think he has a lot of beautiful insight, and it's really good to see someone that's actually making thoughtful content. But you can also see how like he's got I think some misconceptions from maybe not being in the real world, the quote-unquote real world for a long time, that there are many other avenues.
Like he said, school is where you don't learn that. Like, let me tell you that if you approach school with a good mindset, you have good influences, like that. School 100% teaches.
I mean, just think, you can just rattle off a few. I mean, anyone who takes learning an instrument properly can learn a growth mindset. Any sport.
Kenny Werner.
Literally any sport, any coach in any sport, you can learn a growth mindset and learn how to fail and get better. That's the whole point of basically sport in school. Or like, again, taking classes seriously. You get a math problem wrong, and then you get into the details and figure out. And now I'm not saying that's going to be the case for everyone. League was his avenue, as it was for me. Right? League is how he developed, it seemed like, a growth mindset and learned to, get into the details or whatever. Same as me. I understand that. But we also got to understand that that's not the norm. And there's many other people that come to the same conclusion through other lenses.
And also in the inverse, they have growth mindset in other areas of their life. And then League of Legends, they actually don't have a growth mindset. They're a fixed mindset. And that honestly is probably the majority of League of Legends players. They don't actually improve by having a growth mindset. He said that the only way to improve at the game is by critiquing your mistakes and stuff. We've discussed on the podcast multiple times that you can just get better at the game by throwing shit at a wall, which is what a lot of people do.
That was what my recent school post on was about, how a lot of people get to Emerald. A lot of people get to Emerald. That is like that I would say that inflection point where it's like you can throw a ton of shit at the wall, play for years and years and years, get to Emerald. And
with
then
zero process,
with
zero
reviewing, switching
champs.
But then that's where you get stuck in that rut. Like to get from that point and above, it gets very difficult. But yeah, no, I think overall some good points. I think there was some, I think some language that could have been tightened up a little bit, but some good stuff.
Yeah, it was an awesome video. I loved watching that.
Yeah, as we said, we love these type of videos, these thoughtful videos from the community. G-Bay, again, he makes really good content. So definitely shout out G-Bay. If you want to check out his video, there'll be a link in the description below. Do we have a school post ready to go?
Yeah, we do have a school post. Let's just get it up now.
Okay, so our school post from our community here comes from Lucas. The title of this post is, which champ would be the biggest carry if played perfectly? Interesting thought experiment. Hi guys, I was discussing with a few friends on Discord. Which champs would be the biggest carry if you have the perfect mechanics, spacing, kiting, champ, mastery? Give me your list on every role with a short reason if you want to. Here is my list. Top: Riven, perfect animation AA cancels and combos. Kindred, scary with perfect kiting and ability usage. Azir, soldiers usage and shuffles, maybe Syndra. Bottom, Zeri, Q usage, auto attack, AA, and kiting, OP, not 100% sure though. Thresh, I'm not a supporter, but IMO, he's such a high skill ceiling. Just a small thought experiment. In theory, stick to the fundamentals, guys.
So I want to ask this through your lens. Like, if you I want to frame it like this. If you were to start with your main roles, if you were to Smurf, let's say you had to boost an account, you were in silver, and you had to, and you could be, let's say you could have max master in any champion. Who would you prefer? What would you do it through? What lens?
Draven.
Yeah,
it has to be Draven.
Yeah. So I definitely agree with Kindred, but seldom it doesn't, because I feel like that the answer really should be, it has to be a high pressure early game champ, because we're saying that the person can be so disciplined, they're going to execute everything perfectly. Early game champions are just better than scaling champions, because theoretically you should be able to close out the game quicker and cleaner.
Robots would win in 15.
Is that right?
100%. Yeah. That's if you versus a team of AI, they would just beat you in 15.
All early game champs.
Yeah, because it would just overpower your opponent for sure.
Yeah, like the interesting list here, it goes Azir, Zeri. I wouldn't put those in list at all in terms of this. But yeah, Kindred, I'm just trying to think,
What about Nidalee? That's what I kind of thought.
Yeah, it would be like a Nidalee or something.
Nidalee is a pretty common boosting champ as well, right?
Yeah.
Like Nidalee would be great.
Kindred does definitely hit them, because Kindred can be, jungle's a bit different, because Kindred can be very...
Yeah, but you want skill shots, man. Like, I guess Kindred could dodge stuff, but you want to abuse your perfect play. You know? Like,
but I think Kindred does expose that, because you're going to be doing perfect spacing.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah.
But I think Kindred is such a good boosting champion, because you can invade,
You have a lot of flexibility.
And you scale as well.
You
That's what you
scale.
say.
You have strong early. You can do things
That's
early.
what I'm saying.
and
You need early game and scaling. That's the key. I think
That's
Belveth
right.
as well would be really good.
Oh, yeah. Velvet would be awesome. Yeah.
Belveth, Kindred are the two that really come to my mind. I think Riven for top makes a ton of sense
Yeah, I
because
think
you have
that's
early
fine.
game and you scale.
What about Renekton top?
No
way.
No way.
He just doesn't have really. So even you're saying Renekton close out the game
No,
perfectly.
Renekton can't carry a game that Riven
No.
can carry. Like,
Okay.
think about it. Renekton is a top laner who can't really like pressure side and take the tower as easily as a Riven can. You can't like 1v9 fights like Riven can. You don't have one shot potential. You don't have like.
But when I think
like
about
long cooldowns, Riven has tiny cooldowns.
This theory though is that so it's someone who's really hard to play in lane, but has like the highest rewarding lane. Like,
Yeah, Riven is one of them. Riven is a hard champion.
Yeah, Renekton stomps lane, but Renekton's like relatively simple.
Okay.
And yeah. I mean, I played a lot of Renekton. I think Renekton's fine.
I think Camille could be pretty good as well. Because like if you can win lane on Camille.
Yeah, it doesn't have that many winning matchups.
Fiora. It's got to be Fiora as well,
Fiora,
right? Perfect passive usage.
I actually think it's different for jungle than top lane. I don't think that top lane matters as much, guys. I think as a top laner,
Scaling matters a lot.
what you would want to do is you would want to play like a perfect Yorick or something. And then you would just have perfect macro. Because a perfect Yorick would know how to minimize perfectly. And the game would inherently go to the point where you can start split pushing and stuff.
True. Yeah, I mean, but you could make it. Yeah, no, I think.
Or it would be a ranged top laner because you would just perfectly space your opponent and they would make it unplayable for them, like a Teemo or something.
I think a really good Teemo is incredibly good in solo queue. Like, they are obnoxious.
Yeah, remember you always say like what's annoying is actually OP, and from my top lane experience, like Heimerdingers, Teemos,
Yorick.
like Vayne tops, Yorick's, Alawies, they're very annoying.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, mid lane then, Curtis.
I think Azir. I really do.
You really think Azir?
I really do.
What the hell?
Because okay, there's two reasons I've thought about this. Is that if you so you want a champion that simultaneously can like pressure lane in the later stages when it actually matters, like post level 7, and you also want a champion that can navigate the mid game. And that's the thing with Azir. So I was gonna say Azir. Another champ I was thinking is like I think a really good like Zed.
Yeah, Zed
can take over a game, like a really good. I do think champs like a great Yasuo. You can do a lot of work. The thing with Yasuo is like you have some shocking Yasuo games, whereas like Azir has that flexibility. Like I can team fight with Azir and I can play side.
That's the same with Renekton, by the way. That's why Renekton doesn't sit.
You're
right
one-dimensional in that sense. Yeah. That's the thing. You want that flexibility. I guess other champs, like I guess Yone, like I think a really good Yone. I mean, Yone's not in the greatest spot now, but Yone as a champ holistically, like if you can win lane and then snowball and get into the side lane, you become a massive problem if you snowball. But yeah, like Zed, Azir, Yone, those sorts of champions. But yeah, Azir was actually one of my top picks.
My other one for AD carry other than Draven was initially Caitlyn. When you said that boosting thing, that kind of put me off Caitlyn a bit because I don't know if that would be really good at winning in low ranks, but like a perfectly played Caitlyn is pretty OP because you would just win every matchup. You're technically unhittable because you're just high range and everything in the game. So
you'll close out the game cleanly.
Yeah, it's like that methodical thing.
And
of
you
like
scale like crazy.
Exactly right. You can win the whole game.
That's the thing with Caitlyn. I feel like she's a champ that wins lane and scales, which is a perfect combo for AD carry, I feel like.
Draven.
Yeah.
What about support?
Alex here said Bard and Thresh.
That's what I thought. My intuition was Bard.
Yeah.
Like, I think a good Bard. Like, I very rarely, I think Cupcake is literally the only support on our whole server.
Oh, of course.
That knows how to play Bard.
No.
And you know where the skill expression I see with Bard?
This is a strange video. Dr. Mike is generally a very respectable content creator, but he
Three. Pick number 3, my lord.
Oh, okay. Number 3.
Lord Farquaad. One.
Rules are made to be broken. Like buildings. Or people. So I'm eating Jolly Ranchers, right?
No!
They gave me no blue raspberry, dog. Not one blue raspberry, dog.
That's crazy, man. They gave you no blue raspberry? I don't think you're eating them correctly. Jesus. Need a breather after that one.
So I'm eating Jolly Ranchers, right?
You ask an Italian to make you eggs for breakfast.
Mamma, stamattina per colazione facciamo le uova.
Cosa?
Le uova, mi fai le uova?
Ma che siamo americani?
You ask an Italian.
You have a 1-year-old son?
Can you say, uh-oh? Uh-oh. Can you say,
Wait, it actually does work. Wait, that is actually stupid. That has to get patched. Wait, it actually does work. Wait, that is actually stupid. That has to get patched.
Something different, waiting, misunderstanding.
Are you still waiting? I guess I'll just set the time. Well, maybe I'm jaded, or maybe I just feel numb. Or maybe it's all the fault you left my heart alone. Or maybe it's personal and no one needs to know. But what was I saying? I guess I'll just take it slow. You said that I gave in, or maybe I just let go. But you wrapped your hands around my neck and said I choked. Well, maybe it's all your fault, you left my heart alone. Or maybe I just feel numb. Let this feel your soul. Do what you have to do to make yourself feel whole. Maybe I just feel numb. Let me feel your hurt. I only ever try to love you from the start. Maybe I just feel numb. I'm full of regret and I can't forget the way you could. If only I meant as much as you said I always would. After the hell that you put me through, I guess I'm a fool for not knowing it's true. But now that I see the proof, your love only shows when it benefits you. Let this feel your soul. Do what you have to do to make yourself feel whole. Maybe I just feel numb. Let me feel your hurt. I only ever try to love you from the start. Maybe I just feel numb. But I can't feel any sympathy for you when you keep pushing me aside. Do what you have to do to make yourself feel whole. Maybe I just feel numb. Let me feel your hurt. I only ever try to love you from the start. Maybe I just feel Maybe I just feel Maybe I just feel
I wish you could see me now. Things aren't the same. In so many ways I've changed. It's about this time in November, when it all comes in waves. When I put pen to paper, you're a marker I can't erase. If I could tell you now how it played out, there's so many things you'd say. The words that that you gave me. You really made your mark. Tone of your voice in my memory. We will never be worlds apart. So many things I wanna say. We will never be worlds apart.
And you act out of your mind, 'cause your vision of us shattered right in front of your eyes. Speak your truth, don't hold back, long as it ain't behind my back. I know it's hard being sincere when it feels like it's so bad. Just smile, the world is watching. They seem so concerned, but they can tell me nothing. I might just let it burn. You lost that fire for me, I know I let you go. Still at the same old place, I'm just a call away.
Again, had to call it off again. Again, guess we're better off as friends. Wait, give me space. I said, boy, get out my face. It's okay, you can't relate. Yeah, had to call it off again.
Had to call it off again. Had to call it off again. Had to call it off again. Had to call it off again. You've been on my mind, it's a kind reminder to let you know. If I compromise, would you press rewind and just take it slow? I couldn't count the times, how many times did we lose control? Maybe this time we'll be cautious, just tell me it's alright. My heart's getting heavy, your attitude's cold, but I like when you check me. I'm keen for you loving, and anytime you tripping just happens in public. Girl, you have this habit where you call me out my name. It's like you're the final boss, and I'm just trying to beat these games.
Again, had to call it off again. Again, guess we're better off as friends. Wait, give me space.
Yeah. Backwards is how I'm living, cause we know how it's ending. I can tell you what you wanna hear, but it don't help no one nowhere. I can tell I'm going on a tear. Like meat when the check gets clear. No, I don't live to please you. This ain't nothing like the previews. This ain't no. I got nowhere to go but up from here. You can't see how the path is clear. She told me don't leave me alone right here, but I got to go on this journey, yeah. I'm living backwards. I'm living backwards. I'm living backwards. Back, oh yeah, backwards. I guess it's just another day. 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 Yeah, don't stop the music, that's all that matters. If the world gonna end, it's gonna end with music blasting. I ain't here to please nobody else, so falling out with other people's opinions and myself. I'm here to do what I do, whether or not that matters to you, it doesn't matter to me. Much like your family tree, talk about the root of all evil. Goddamn, some people, bring it back, cause I don't got time for that. Watch your mouth when I'm counting these stacks. Funny how fast all these days do go by. Time really does start to fly. Figure I'ma make it there one day, to the promised land, with my mic in hand. Don't ever question the plan, feels like I'm living in reverse. Goddamn, I'm living backwards. I'm living backwards. I'm living backwards. Back, oh yeah, backwards. When the sun goes down, that's when it feels right. I know there's no one around, it's close to midnight. I already know where I'm going, cause I know how it ends. That's why I'm living backwards, oh yeah. When the sun goes down, that's when it feels right. I know there's no one around, it's close to midnight. I already know where I'm going, cause I know how it ends. That's why I'm living backwards, oh yeah.
If you don't know, it is Switch 2 week. The Switch 2 literally comes out in just a few days. And to celebrate with the release of the Switch 2 and Mario Kart World, I figured I'd take a look back through the history of one of the greatest game franchises of all time, Mario Kart. So today, we are speedrunning all of Mario Kart. And by that, I mean we are literally playing every main title Mario Kart game, starting with the SNES all the way to the most recent, until later this week, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Switch game. And the way we are speedrunning it is a brand new speedrun category that I think we should be the world record holder in, because I don't think anyone's ever done it before. Here's how I think it works. We are doing one Grand Prix in every single Mario Kart game, and we are keeping the timer running between games. The timer only ends once we've completed all the games. If we don't get first place in one of the Prix, we have to restart it. So it does require you to win the Prix. If you guys don't know, a Prix is going to be 4 total races. So that's the idea. Okay, I've actually never played this game, Super Mario Kart. I think we should do the highest CC for every game, right? Okay, I'm going to start at the first race. I'll play Donkey Kong. I like the way he looks. Which one should I do? Do the special one every time? Every Rainbow Road would be kind of cool. Yeah, you know what? I agree. Frick it. Frick it. I assume it should be pretty easy to get first place, so I'm not too worried about it. Wow, these guys are fast. Wow, the turning's kind of rough in this. I think DK was a bad choice, maybe. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna restart. I'm gonna restart real quick. I'm gonna restart. It's a DK gap. Okay, I'm gonna win this one. Dude, how? How is I'm overshooting everything, bro? It might be a control gap. Bro, what is going on, man? How are you supposed to jump the gap? Fuck me. What do you mean stop drifting? I'm not even fucking drifting. This is just turning. Okay. Dude, why can't I drift? Oh my god, I meant to use an item. I don't know how to use an item. What's the item button? How do you get a drift? What? How does this game work? Fuck, this game sucks. Sorry. Dude, this is so hard. This is so hard. I'm getting frustrated. I'm getting frustrated. Chill. It's not a big deal. Okay. Oh, I can't retry if I run out of lives? I'm going Toad. Dude, I don't know how to drift. It's so frustrating. I don't understand how to drift. Oh my god. Oh, wait, I get it. Dude, I don't think I'm gonna beat this. Dude, you go so wide, man. It's so wide. This is like a F1 game. Tap the gas? It doesn't look like fucking Peach is tapping the gas. I mean, no disrespect. That dame is just flooring it right now. She's flooring it! Look where she is! Do you think she's tapping the gas lightly? She's going, gone! Okay, let's go to 50cc. See, this is easy because everyone's slow. Honestly, it's... Oh, I can brake drift. It's a different button. Okay, I actually get it. Dude, the issue is they made the CPUs like 7 Max Verstappens. Dude, they're gone, man. Look at the map. They're fucking gone. All of them, they're just gone. Someone tell me, Young, I'm not going to be ready till 9 o'clock. Dude, oh my god. Okay, all right, okay.
Yo, what's poppin', guys? Sizzle here, and today I'm doing a beginner's guide to Super Mario Kart. In this game, there's only 2 characters that are good in any way, and those are Bowser and Donkey Kong Jr. They have literally identical stats, so only ever use one of these 2 characters. There is no reason to use anything else. Just pick the one which design you like best, in this case, and then you want to hold the direction you want to drift in, and then after completing a turn, I want to hop and press the opposite direction. So while I'm doing this,
Actually unlocked. Actually knowledge. Actually knowledge, bro. That was actually helpful. That's a... Dude, what he said didn't work at all. Your advice was bad. Dude, why is everybody so fast, man? Are any humans faster than the computers in this game? Or is it like AlphaGo? Dude, who is bro? Get off of me! Get off of me! I'm getting sucked off by a gopher! What is that? How long does he stay sucking me? Get him off! Is it the whole game? I killed him. I killed him. I still have another lap. Everyone else is fit. Okay, we are changing the rules. We are changing the rules. The new rules is that we have to play the hardest mode that is at the game's release. So we are not doing 200cc on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. We are doing 150cc because I think 200cc would be dumb. And this is the 200cc of back in the day. So we're doing 100cc. We're doing 100cc. This is fair. This is reasonable. This is reasonable. Back in the day, this was considered 200cc. This is an unlockable mode. So we're doing what came out at base, game base, at max speed. Yeah! What? Dude, I'm still in last. What do you mean, coward? I'm still in last. I'm still in last. Okay. No, did I just get lapped? Okay, it's been half an hour. I know.
This guy hits the green more than Tiger Woods. I haven't seen this many 8th place finishes since Shopify Rebellion last season.
What? Dude, I'm bumping him and he doesn't... Okay. I think I'm getting better. I think I'm improving. Don't drift. Guys, that is not how the game works. When you don't drift, you still drift. When you reach a certain speed, if you go into that turn with that level of speed, you will go too fast. It's just not how the game functions. It's nothing to do with what you're saying. Wait, I can just let go of the gas. If I just let go of the gas around the corners, I can hit the turns and I can still beat everyone. Oh my God, I'm a genius. I just shouldn't drift. There's no reason to drift. There's literally no reason to drift. I can't believe I figured this out. Wait, you need to get top 4 to move on? Come on! Bowser! Okay, that's fine. I'll take it. Third place is fine. I'll take it.
Lewis Hamilton? More like Lewis Hammer weighs a ton.
Where are we going? Oh, now you're supposed to drive on water. Oh, now you're supposed... Close. We're close. I see the finish line. Wait, do I get to retry this race or do I have to retry the whole thing?
Bald
yeah!
Slippery.
I think the seaweed is like the grass and the sand is like the road. And I think the holes, you're not supposed to go in them. Bro, why do they... Oh my God, it's so bad. It's so bad. Oh my God, it's so bad. Okay, fine. It's fine. We have to restart anyway. Dude, it's been an hour. Someone tell me young, I'll be ready at 9:30. Yeah! Okay, that's huge. I actually could win this pre now because now I have 10 points total. So if I just get a first place again, I'm in first place guaranteed. Oh no, this level's so hard. Okay, this level's so hard. That's fine. I'm honestly happy with that. I don't want to go too fast around this turn. What? No, I don't want to redo it all. I don't want to redo it all. I don't want to redo it all. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'm skipping this game. I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to redo it all. I don't want to redo it all. I don't care, bro. I'm not playing this shit, man. I'm not playing this. I'm done. I'm done, man. I'm done. This game's ass. Fuck the SNES, man. 90s. The new generation's here, millennials, and I'm sorry you're pissed off about it. Us 20-year-olds are sick of you. Dude, I don't want to play it, man. Dude. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this.
For the love of Mushroom Kingdom, use the shoulder button to drift and counter steer out of it.
No, no, you weren't here earlier. No, we're not drifting. Stop talking to me. Stop talking to me. Mods, ban that guy. We're not drifting. Stop talking to me. What, oh, if you have watched for more than 6 minutes, you would know that telling me to drift is one of the worst pieces of advice ever. It'd literally be like the guy who told Hitler to leave art school. It's as bad of a suggestion. Bro, what? Did you see that? The pressure's too high to get first place. And bitch ass, fuck you, Toad. Toad has no competition. It's so frustrating, bro. Bowser only throws shit behind him. I dead ass think they're having like an affair or something. I pressed it! Oh my god, I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna freak the fuck out in a second here. Dude, you see this guy? I fucking hate Bowser. Holy fuck, I hate Bowser so much. He's such a piece of shit. He's literally in cahoots with Toad. It's actually collusion at its finest, and nobody's calling it out except for me. Why? Oh no. Okay. Dude, okay, what's happening is Toad is in front, and he's being protected by Bowser, who's only using fireballs behind himself. And it's not fair, because if he used anything forward, he would kill Toad, and it'd be an even race. Toad just gets to skate away for free. Dude, I sound fucking insane. I'm gonna pick Bowser. If I take away Bowser from him, then he can't use it against me. And look at Toad. Look at Toad without Bowser, bro. What did I tell you, bro? I sounded crazy, but I was right. Toad without Bowser's nothing, man. Dude, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do that, and I'm actually not having a good time because of that, and I wish I knew how to do that so I could be having a better time. Ludwig, skip! No. Someone tell me, Young, I'm ready at 10 o'clock. This is my last time trying. Because I'm going to... This is the last attempt, for real. Ah! Okay, I'm done. I'm done! Okay, guys, we are skipping Super Mario Kart for now. And I am doing the other ones and then going back to Mario Kart, SNES. I can't handle it. I'm sorry. So we're still going to do it, but I'm doing it last. I need a dub under my belt so bad. You don't understand. Now, this is 150cc, mind you. This is freaking Mario Kart. I know how this shit operates. Dude, okay, chill. No! Are you serious? Okay, I can still finish top 3, maybe. No! Top two, and it's not 1. Okay, Donkey Kong went crazy in that game. That's fine. Already, oh my god, I feel like such a weight has been lifted off my chest. It's hard to explain. Like, to have gone from SNES to this, it's like, it's like, oh my god, it's like having a night terror. I can't move, and then I wake up and it's like, oh, I can move. Oh my god, man. Not this map, bro. Oh no. Oh no, I spilled so much water. Fuck, man. Okay. Ah! dude, I fucking hate Mario Kart so much. I'm actually tilted, bro. It's actually so fucking annoying, bro. Somebody wins by 18 damn seconds. Damn it, bro. And there's no music. Okay. What? 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 What was that? What was that? What was that? What was that, man? What even happened? What even happened? I don't even know. I just did a 360. Oh. Dude, is Peach in first by a country mile? Okay, this is fine. I just have to get first on the last lap. If I just get first on the last race, we tie. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking serious? That's so unbelievable. Oh my God. I'm so tilted, bro. Fuck me. How did that happen? No way. That hit. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's no way that hit. Oh my God, man. Oh no, bro. And she's in second. Fuck me. Lord knows where Bowser is. Dude, I just have to fucking do it all over again. Where's Bowser? I hate this game. I actually genuinely don't enjoy this game. God damn it, it's so bad. No! Why? God, why? God, why? Why? Oh, this is so sad, bro. I'm gonna lose by 3 points, man. Oh, God. So late. This game is actually so fucking dog shit. Oh! I counted wrong! Oh! I counted wrong! Yeah! It's the greatest game ever! Oh my God! We won! Oh my God! All right. That's it. That's all we need to see. Next. First place on the podium. That's all we need to see. We go next game. I've never played this game in my life. I'm a little nervous. It's called Mario Kart Super Circuit for the Game Boy Advanced. I never played this game. I had a Game Boy, but I don't know. I never played it, I guess. We'll give it a shot. Wow. Visually, it does not hold up. Dude, what the fuck is this map? Is this Donut Hill Farms from like the SNES or some shit? Whatever they call it. What? Why did I get... What? Why am I out of the map? Why did this happen? Get me back in the map. I clipped out. I clipped out. Help! I clipped out. Dude, what? Is this the right way? What? How far back am I reset when I do that? Like, when I bounce off the thing, am I reset to the fucking beginning? Like, what is that, man? God, this is gonna be just as bad. This is gonna be just as bad, bro. This is gonna be just as bad. This game sucks. Why, man? It's fucking 2002. Why do blocks on the ground just stop you? Oh my God. Okay, chill. The anger's not helping. I didn't realize how bad so many Mario Kart games are. I really thought they were all fun. This is the best game. Like, time out for 3 hours. I don't want to watch the rest of the stream. If you genuinely have played every Mario Kart and you leave thinking this is the best one, like, I just don't know if you're qualified to vote or reproduce. I just don't know. When did this game come out, chat? It was after 9/11, right? This came out before 9/11? Then I get why they did it. Try going faster. Mods, shoot indiscriminately. Just kill someone. I don't care. Anyone in chat. If you go Toad, you have faster acceleration. Yeah, and you get thrown around like a rag doll, like a fucking sex toy by every character in the... DK, you're going to make me into a serial killer. You're going to turn me into a serial killer, DK. You have to stop. I'm going to come for all of you. I'm going to come for Cranky. I'm going to come for Funky. I'm going to come for Diddy. No, man. No, that's not right, dude. That's not right, man. Oh, it's not right. That's not right, dude. Okay, we're moving on to our next game. I have vitriol in my heart. I have hatred and vitriol in my heart. The likes of which I have never felt. Just finally a good game. It's actually a miracle. Okay, all right, there we go, dude. Yes! Yes, man, a good game. It's a good game. Oh, they made a good fucking game, dude. Yes, man, they made a good game. Good equals easy. No, don't do that to me. Nah, I was greedy. I should have let go, though. It's all right, we win this. Okay, guys, we're in trouble. Okay, we're in a lot of trouble. Ooh, okay. The game isn't... it's not perfect. It's not perfect. Okay, it's fine. Okay, it's because I had a baby driving. We'll switch drivers. Okay, this is a huge item we have. Dude, okay. I genuinely need to have a discussion with the devs on why the fuck the dinosaur foot is 8 times larger than it is depicted. I'm so glad I don't have a Nintendo sponsorship. I can't wait for Mario Kart World to come out. Man, I'm gonna rip that game a new fucking asshole. Holy shit, Nintendo, you sons of bitches. You've been fucking me for the past 29 years and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it! It's alright. Top 6 is fine. Okay. We need to get first and at least... probably the last 2 races, to be honest, because of our 6th place performance. Did that take a U-turn? I've never seen a U-turn. My God, I got parallel parked on by a red shell. Oh yeah, of course there's a blue shell too. Of course there's a blue shell too. And I'm dodging, Oh my God, he's an idiot. Oh my God, he's an idiot. Oh my God, he's an idiot. Ah! That is so phenomenally. Now it's not unlucky. Now I'm bad. No. Oh, the rage meter's increasing. The rage meter's increasing. What can I do? And I missed the item. I can't do anything. GG. I'm gonna have to replay Mario Kart fucking Double Dash. I'm gonna replay Mario Kart fucking Double Dash, bro. Okay, all right. Oh my God! I'm locked in, bro. GG. Okay. Oh, I almost fucking pegged him. He pegged me. Wait, they're so far ahead right now? Oh, that'll help. Okay, we won. We're guaranteed 1. We're guaranteed 1 because I think they got 4th place. Yeah, we have a guaranteed W. Look at that monkey's ass. 3 hours and 2 wins is crazy. Wait, it hasn't only been 2, has it? No, because you haven't gotten one yet. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Perfect run. All right. 3 hours, 17 minutes, and 2 games out of 8 done. What are we on pace for? The next game I have also never played. It is on the DS. I never played the DS one. A lot of people I know love the DS one though. It's one of the... Wait, is that Rob? Why do they have Rob? We should do the special cup, yeah? This one's so fun. Oh, I can't wait to play it then. I'm sure I'm gonna love it. Okay. Okay, I won't lie. Rob's got some wide turns. Ooh, what? Rob is... You're supposed to snake? Wait, what? How about I just do this shit? Yes, sir. Hey, excuse me. Dang it. Oh, you're supposed to look at the bottom screen to see what items are coming. I forgot how Nintendo DS works. Are you kidding me? Yes! Okay, awesome. Awesome. Second place is awesome. All right, I'm going to hold I'm going to hold A after 2. Okay, that's it. Oh, I know this map. I'm just going to beat them by holding the A button and pressing left and right when I need to. I don't think I need to overcomplicate it past that. These aren't SNES computers. They do get hit by items. Okay. So I'm 6 points behind first now. Okay, back-to-back first places is kind of frustrating. I just need Yoshi to have one bad race. Like, I can't... man, I hate... Okay, it's fine. That's really... You got the lock in, brother. You got the lock in right now. That's tough. You've been fucking hoed. And we got Yoshi in first. That's so sick. All right, I'm gonna reset probably, unless a blue shell comes and saves my day. That was freaking awesome. Okay, I need Yoshi to get third. I can only pray at this point. There's nothing else I can do. I already finished. Wait. Oh, the game just auto ends? Oh, they don't even simulate it. That is weird. This is like a weird N64 map, but it's not exactly the N64 one. Oh, actually, maybe it is. Wait. Yoshi's not in first. Okay, this is awesome news. If it ends right now, I win. There's a blue shell. That's really tough. And Yoshi's in first. That's so awesome. Mere inches from the finish line, too. I lost. Okay. It's all right. I can win next time. Doesn't matter. It's just more time. Just more time. Just more of my time. Okay. All right. This should be... I literally just couldn't drift with Rob because I don't know how to snake. But Toad's actually baby mode for me. Fuck. That sucks. That sucks. All right, that's fine. I think I can still win. All right, this is actually kind of good for us. I think Donkey Kong got first last race, so he's currently in fourth. That helps us out a lot. If he stays third place, that's pretty nice. Probably dumb of me to set anything. He's in second. Okay, he's in third. Nice. I'm not going to throw my green shell back because I hope... Oh, it auto ends. Oh, that's sick. All right, so now we should be tied for first. All right, I do need to finish top 3. Otherwise, I'm fucked. That'll help. Okay, back-to-back blue shells. That works out. All right, I see my opponents. Double kill? Triple kill? Give it to me! Triple kill! Oof, truly inches away from losing that entire run. GG! Nice! All right, that is first place, and we can move on to our next game, which is Mario Kart Wii. I think it's the best Mario Kart ever made. All right, 150cc, give me Funky Kong. We're going full meta build in Mario Kart Wii. Give me the Flame Runner. Obviously, we're going manual. And then throw me on that special cup. Let's get to it. I haven't played this game in a while. I don't know if I'll be good. We're bagging? We're really bagging? Oh, I thought I nailed that. I really thought I had... You fucking pig. Oh, God. Okay. Okay. Jesus! 9th? Off of that? Yatta! Yo, boy! Is Funky Kong Japanese? Yikes! They all are? I promise you, brother, with all my heart, Wario is American. Because he's fat? No, because he's rich. And likes to eat. What the hell? Did you jump over me and land on me with the star in the first 6 seconds? That's awesome. Dude, this game rules. Oh, fuck. Oh, what? We're going to talk about that one, devs. Okay, lock in. Lock in. That wasn't even close hitting me. GG. Oh, I called it early. Okay. I'm lucky I remember that strat. If I had just tried to accelerate from a full stop, I would have lost. Okay. I just need to get top 2, and it won't be 2. Get me in there, baby. Best Rainbow Road right here. I think in the whole fucking piece of shit map. It's a horrible map, dude. Oh my god, bro. Why don't you just copy any of the good games? Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. Did you see the line? And I lightning dodged. I'm phenomenal. Holy, that was awesome. Oh, fuck. Okay, all right. Stop throwing. Stop throwing. Stop throwing. Stop throwing. Stop throwing. Lock in. Lock in. Lock in. Lock in. Bro, what is that? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm throwing. Oh my god. Look at the lead. No. 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 Oh, I'm throwing. I'm throwing. I'm throwing. I'm throwing. I'm throwing. Lock in. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. The game is made to make comebacks. The game is made to make comebacks. The game is made to make comebacks. It's for children. It's for children. It's children's game. Children's game for children now. That's good. That's good. That's a good item. We can use that. It's a good section for it. It's such a bad fucking item. It's such a bad fucking item for Rainbow Road. Stop giving me the fucking golden boost. Jesus Christ, that item's dog shit on this map. Stop giving me mushrooms. Stop. Mushrooms are so lethal. Give me anything but a mushroom. F you. It's actually so bad. No! No, I don't want to play it again. I really don't. Why are you spawning me behind where I was? Why are you spawning me behind where I was? Behind! I wasn't even there. I was in front. Please stop. You're f***ing me. You're f***ing me with this item. Dude, it's the only item I can't win with. It's genuinely the only item. There's one in the game and they kept giving it to me. Fuck me. Any other item, I'm fine. Stop! Oh, okay. All right. GG. 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 GG, man. It's so tilting, bro. It's beyond tilting. Why a mushroom? I got 4 mega... so... God damn it! Wait. I still won! I lost! Dude, all I needed was 8th place and I would have been fine. Oh, it's so tilting. Okay. All right, that is... Okay, we're good. It's good to know. It's a good learning experience, honestly. It's just, why the f did I get... How many mushrooms... Did I got one mega boost at the start, and then it was all mushrooms. It was all mushrooms. Who the f is that motherfucker in the middle? Oh, man. I don't want to play this game anymore, dude. I'm so sick of Mario Kart. I'm not playing... Dude, I'm not doing a 24-hour stream anymore. I think I decided in this moment. I'm throwing it because I fucked up. Oh, there's a blue shell. Did that just happen? Was that real? Did I get small and then lose to a fucking Keat? Oh, okay. All right, jive with the Japanese traffic. Because the oncoming lane is psycho. Jesus. Dude, they come out of nowhere. He drives like he did in Japan. Okay, man. We drove way worse. Okay, we are in first overall. We just have to close it out. That's fine. Someone tell me Young I'll be ready at midnight. All right, this should be a secured first. And then I just can't choke Rainbow Road again. Your ass thought you'd be done in 3 hours? Yeah. I did. Okay. All I have to do is lock in here. And then we only have 4 more games after. Oh my God. We're halfway. We're halfway. Dude, it's 11. We're halfway. Okay, to be fair, Mario Kart 8 is actually freelo. Okay, the angle's off. The angle's off. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. Why do they spawn me back here? Throw me a blue shell. Throw me a blue shell. Make my day. Make my day. Whatever. First place. Lock it in, baby. First place, man. Next game, we are moving on, which another game I've never played. You might notice a trend here. I never played the handheld ones, which means we, of course, moving on to Mario Kart 7. I've never played this game before. Where's your bottom screen? I don't know. I don't see it. I'm just going to pretend it's not there. I've never played this game in my life. Good start. Whoa, what the fuck? What's going on? Why am I... What the hell is this? I have no idea what any place, any person is, because I don't have the second screen open. So we're just going to have to wing it and pray that we are in first. Because I got no damn clue. The game also looks really good. I didn't realize how nice looking the 3DS got. GG! Wow. Wow. Damn. You do have a wide breast in this game. Like, the drifts are wide. I think... Oh, my God, man. All right. This is going to be a little scary. We need a top 4 here. I need the item. Please. Please, top 4 is fine. Oh! Man, 4 seconds earlier, that would have been awesome. Top 3 is still great. Okay, that... I have no idea what the score is, chat. This is actually like a fun mystery. I have no clue what the score is. I could be in first or in third. We're all going to experience it together. I'm assuming I'm first, but I don't know. How is there lava? We're underwater, bro. This should make obsidian. Oh, wait, there is lava underwater. That's how islands are made. What a drop! What? It switched! It switched! No way! You saw that it switched! What? I've never seen that! Brother, it switched! Fuck, dude. I should have finished first. That was so insane. It's tough just because I've never played these maps before. It makes it a lot harder. Oh, wait. This one's in the new Mario Kart, I think, actually. I believe I've played this one. Fuck, that's so bad. That's so bad, man. I don't know if I have to finish first. I don't know if I can't win or something. I have no clue what's going on, to be honest. The only thing I really can do is just try to finish first. Dude, that's crazy. Oh, what a turn! Yeah! What a turn! Oh my God, please, please give it to me. Okay, I could lose this because I got first, third, first. So somebody could have gotten first, second, first. Or sorry, first, second. Oh, we'll see. I lost? Dude. That's so lame. I raced so good. Dude, he literally... Oh my God, man. Oh my God. I hate these games, bro. I hate these games, man. I'm so tilted off that. I'm so tilted off that. I just feel like I raced so fucking good. Like... They did? Sheesh. Oh, I'm a shell, man. I'm a shell. I'm a sad shell. All right. I just have to win every race. That's it. If I just win every race, then I don't have to deal with any of this. I don't have to get lucky. Shit. That banana was insane. That banana was insane. Okay, that has to be enough. GG. GG. Nice. It's lagging badly. All right, well, we won. Oh my God. Okay. Now it's time for the Switch. All right, Mario Kart 8 needs to update. Okay, so for now, I think we should go back to Mario Kart on the Game Boy. All right, this is winnable. Oh my God, going to this game from the other ones is insane. Dude, it's hard to look at this game for a while. Oh my. Nice job, Bowser. Really nice job. Really nice job. Really nice job. Fucking phenomenal. Okay. Oh man, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I can't do this. I can't do the speedrun, bro. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do it. I'm not gonna make 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 it, bro. I need to fucking drink battery acid. I can't do it, bro. I'm gonna claw my eyes out. I'm not gonna last. I would love to see Max Verstappen fucking try this shit. I'd love to see that shit. He would fucking crumble. Oh my God, 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 oh my God. I'm gonna lose it! Ah, man, I can't handle this, bro. I can't handle this game, bro. I can't do this shit. I can't do this shit, bro. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. The issue is, of course, DK got first, man. Of course, man. I've never played this one. I don't know how shit works. Dude, is there an earthquake? Is there an earthquake going on? What is happening? Why is it shaking so much? Dude, it's shaking so... It's unbearable. I can't play this. It's shaking so much. It is unplayable. This hurts so bad. I don't know if I can do this. I actually think I'm probably done, to be honest. This is way too much. Yeah, I'm good on this. I'm quitting. GG. GG, I'm cutting that one. You have to? No, I don't. I just quit. Dude. Oh my God, they got so much better at making these games. It's crazy. They got so good at it. This game looks so beautiful. Oh, it's such a good game. You know what? For some reason, playing all these old Mario Karts, I was sad that Mario Kart World was coming out. I was thinking about canceling Mario Kart, man. I thought it was over for Nintendo, but I forgot they got good at this shit. I feel like I have control over my actions, man. We're not in a determinist world. I can stand up if I want. I can sit. I can succeed. I can fail. It's up to me. High free will. Damn, Iggy on my ass. How the hell did Iggy dodge all those? Can I get a blue shell? Can I get a blue shell, guys? Oh. Okay, man. Okay, this is a nice respite. It's a calm before the storm. Wow. God, these lines are phenomenal. These lines are phenomenal. Oh, these lines. Okay, I got greedy. I really edged it there. Oh my God, that's insane. Oh. Okay. Just an awesome 4 for 4. Ludwig takes it all. Ludwig on top. Feels good. That feels great. That feels phenomenal. Okay, guys. I think there's just one thing I want to do. I think there's only one game left to complete this run. Is beat SNES. I forgot the gas button. You should play Toad. The issue with Toad is he's lightweight. Just stop talking. Mods, next person to say less drifting, you can ban permanently. Oh, this is so big. This is so big. Because I got first and Toad got 5th. So Toad actually didn't get a single point. Wait, are there 5 maps, chat? Wow, and there's no screen shake? How did they figure that out? What a miracle of science. Dude, what am I fucking hitting? Fuck! I don't know if I can do this, boys. I might have to call it quits. I don't think I want to finish this fucking stream or this video. I don't think I want to upload it. I don't think I care. This shit sucks. Dude, awesome. That's so awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that was great. That was fucking phenomenal! It's so bad, man. I'm shocked they got away with this shit. I just can't believe they made a franchise out of this. That's what blows my mind. That they released this and then people fucking bought it. And then they made another. They were starved, bro. We were a different world back then. God damn it. If we could show them Fortnite, they wouldn't have suffered. I hope you die. I hope Toad dies. I hope he canonically dies. Oh my god. Oh my god. And Toad on my ass like always. Always within a second of me. Okay, I have a decent lead. Like a decent lead. The issue is this next map sucks. I'm really bad at this next one, man. Okay, you're supposed to go over the snow and keep it tight, is what it seems like. Oh my god, Toad actually hit a fucking item. I didn't think it was possible, chat. Oh, fuck. Okay, it's fine. That's fine. I'm not even mad about that. I'm just not even mad about that. I feel like I should have won. Like, I didn't even slow down at all. They just sped up, but whatever, it's fine. We're in first place by 6 points. So I need at least 3rd. I cannot get 4th. 4th gives me 1 point. I'm at 34. He'd be at 36. So we need 3rd place minimum. Minimum. Or 4th place in Toad is like out. I only know this from the Switch. I never played this like for real. Just lock in, baby. Lock in, baby. You work so hard. Just stay slow. It's alright. It's okay. That happens. We're gonna keep going. Yeah, okay. Just keep driving. Do your thing. Do your thing. I don't know how the fuck that happened to me again. Yeah, this is. Okay, this is. Yeah, I don't have enough acceleration to get around this. I think I just lose. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, we'll give up. All right. Fuck. I mean, I played phenomenally. It's just that end part, I just really can't be in the middle ever. I just can't ever be in the middle. That's it. This is our last try. It's a really tough start, Ludwig. That's a really tough start. Okay, I got edged off by Bowser. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I just cut it in too deep. It's GG. I just lost. Yeah, I just lost. All right. All right, we just got to get top 2. It's a top 2 situation. Sitting at 30 points. All right, I'm going to get top 2, and it won't be 2. This map is so hard to look at. Happy Pride Month, everybody. This one's for the gays. Oh, no, I threw. No. No, I didn't reset either. Dude, why didn't the Bowser get hit by my shell? Oh no. Man, I'm actually so sad.
I feel like I've missed an incredible stream.
Nah, man. He's like top 5 of my least favorite streams I've ever done. And the red shell went away. Dude, I'm gonna fucking cry, man. I'm gonna cry, bro. I'm gonna cry tears playing a kid's game. I can't do this anymore. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. That's so crazy, dude. This is so great. I'm out, Chad. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Sorry, someone's knocking. All right, this is on God my last try. If I fail this, I'm never playing this game again. It's a failed challenge. It's a failed YouTube video. I go to bed. I don't see you guys until next Wednesday. Fuck, I'm too tired. I'm too tired. My eyes are heavy. Dude, Luigi, I genuinely hope you die.